Hey everyone. Welcome to the stream. Today we are going to have a bit of fun. We're going to be looking at some right-wing media criticism and some right-wing comedy, and we're going to laugh at the former and probably not laugh at the latter. I'm pretty hyped. I kind of felt like doing a stream like for a while, and I just kept putting it off. But you know what? Here we are. So hey, how is everyone doing today? Everyone feeling good? It's a lovely day here in Toronto, just looking out my window, and it is, wow, so beautiful. And figure we'll take a few minutes just to chill, let some people show up, and have a quick update on some of the fun stuff happening. Oh wow, someone from East Africa. Damn. Thanks for staying up. Actually, it's not that. Oh no, wait, it would be pretty late. Wow. Okay. So, just some quick updates on what's happening with the channel right now. The sitcom retrospective. Everyone remember how that was supposed to be a thing in October? So my last update, I was, gotta be honest, not feeling great about it. Things were not the best, and now it's a little better. Things seem like they could be turning the corner. I don't know though. It's all very, wow. It's all still up in the air, and I hope to have it soon. So sorry for the delay on that. It's just some copyright hell. It sucks, right? It sucks. And wow, someone from West Africa. Wow, I didn't know I had viewers in Africa watching. That's cool. Someone from South Africa. Do we have anyone from North Africa watching? Can we get a nice spread of the continent here? Okay. So yeah, that's what's up with the sitcom retrospective. If you're wondering, is this going to push the other one back? And it's like, no, I've actually started watching the next show, and it's a lot of fun. I'm actually having a really good time watching the next show, so I think people are really going to dig it and enjoy that one. And other things, well, there's that upcoming video I announced on the community page a few days ago about I spent a week watching Tucker Carlson. It's up for patrons right now, and so far it seems to be pretty well received. Decent number of people have liked it and watched it, and it'll be coming to the channel soon in a couple of days or so. But if you can't wait, maybe consider becoming a patron. That would be cool. And if you're someone who was trying to decide, patron or membership, go with patron. It's actually better for me than YouTube memberships, which are nice, but the percentage is higher on Patreon. Okay. Someone asks, apparently Steven Crowder's half Asian lawyer, and it's like, no, actually, we're going to be watching an episode of a TV sitcom starring Kevin Sorbo. I know everyone's like, oh, The World According to Billy Potwin. We've all seen that. Oh, no. No, you've seen the pilot. I happen to have found a place where we can watch the very first episode of the first season. Now you might be wondering, first season? When is this season coming out? And the answer is, I have no idea. Maybe never, because I don't think anyone wants to buy it. One of the big issues with this show is that even though a full 8 episodes have been produced and were done back in I don't know if they finished producing them in 2020, but that's when they were filming it. So I assume they've been done for a little while. No one apparently wants to buy the rights to these things. So yeah, they're hard to find, but your best friend Jose made an effort, and we'll be watching the first episode in a little bit. But before then, I want to talk about some fun right-wing media criticism, just because, oh wow, a couple of weeks ago we had that really fun video that went around of Tim Pool not understanding Squid Game. We can do that one if people really want to. I wanted to do more Ben Shapiro stuff, but I feel like everyone did a reaction to that Tim Pool video, so I feel like it's kind of been done. And yeah, so I figured maybe we should watch a bit of those wonderful, awesome Ben Shapiro reviews, right? He reviews things, and it's not good. He doesn't seem to get movies, I guess. So we're going to start with that. And if you haven't watched the things he's talking about, that might be an issue, but I think it'll still be fun. I'll fill in the things he gets wrong. I'm only going to be watching videos of things I've seen, so I can at least respond to his reactions to them, right? That would make sense. Excuse me. So, first thing we're going to be looking at, hold on, let me just get this image down so you can actually see my screen. We're going to watch Ben Shapiro's review of Dune. I just watched Dune last night. It's fresh in my head. The new one, obviously, starring Timothée Chalamet, and I know he goes by some different names there, but I if you got an accent aigu on your name, like, you should use it, like I do, for the sake of your parents. Also, it's cool if you could be called Timothée, like, why wouldn't you? But hey, I'm very curious to see what he thinks of this movie, and I kind of want to do something a little interactive here. So I want to see some predictions. Does Ben Shapiro like or dislike this movie? So I'm creating a straw poll right now. Okay. This is fun listening to me type. And it's going to be very quick, simple. Does he like Dune? Think about what you know of Ben Shapiro and would he like it or not like it? And I think it'll be fun. People put it into the chat. You don't need to put it into the chat. It's going to be, there's the link. Ooh, there's the link again. There it is again. Look at all those links. Go vote. Go vote. Okay. If you've seen it, well, I don't know. Some people saying he did, he didn't. But hey, I want to see people's reactions to this. So go vote, right? Did I even post this right? Because I've got 0 votes on this thing. Well, that's weird. Technical glitch on, what are the odds? Okay. Literally no votes are showing up. This is what it looks like right now. I think it's broken. So maybe this idea isn't going to work. I'll refresh it again. Why do they hate democracy? This is really weird. Does anyone know why it wouldn't? Oh, well. I guess we can just watch it and be surprised, and we won't be able to interact. How sad is that, huh? All right. Forget you, straw poll. We're going to be doing, watching him talk some Dune. Let's go.
Alrighty, today we are going to be reviewing Dune Part 1. First, this video is brought to you by Ring.
Wait.
So let's start off with the fact that...
Obviously spoilers, right? Like, oh yeah, we can do a poll in chat. Why am I such a fool using straw poll when I can just do this? Okay, this is so much easier. I'm glad they did this. There's the poll. Everyone go vote. There, we'll do a democracy. And as you're voting and as you're enjoying participating in the electoral process, I'll give you my quick review of Dune. I really liked it. It's slower paced, which I kind of liked, but it's not too slow. I was actually preparing my dinner while I was just in the oven, and I figured I'll watch the first bit, and then I'll have to get up and go get my food. And then suddenly my food was ready, and I realized the first 30 minutes just blew by. And I realized, like, oh, it's a long pull, or it's a long movie, but it moves. It's got a nice pace. Like, it dwells on scenes without dragging, if that makes sense. And it just, I don't know, it had a really nice blend. Of course, who doesn't love the commentary about colonialism? I think the fact that I had read the book helped a lot. I don't know, if you went into it fresh, it might have been a bit difficult to parse all the lore. And I've seen a few reviews from people who are like, oh, it's hard to get if you don't really understand it, right? Or if you haven't done done the research, I guess. But even so, it's good stuff. And anyway, just looking at the poll results so far, it looks like Hates It is winning by like 2/3 to 1. You know what? That's all we need, I guess, for that. Well, we'll keep it up until we hear what he says. So okay, let's get on to hear what he's got to say. Look at that hopeful expression on his face. He's got things he wants to tell us. Tell us, Ben.
This may be the best looking science fiction movie ever. So Denis Villeneuve, who's the director, he makes a great looking product, right? Blade Runner 2049 is a fantastic looking movie. And so
I'm actually not a huge fan of that sort of commentary where if someone just talks about something looking good. We'll see if Ben goes a little deeper into this. But it's something I see in a lot of movie reviews where people are like, oh, it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. It's like, okay, and what? Like, you can have a pretty picture, but you should say something with it. Like, for instance, one of the reasons I like the big picturesque landscapes in Dune is because it gives the environment a sense of life, a sense of character almost. And for instance, once you see the Fremen kind of like pop out of the landscapes at times, it's like it's a reminder that they are connected to the land. And when you see the land so wide and so big and people like Paul just walking in it looking so small, you get a sense of like this world is just so distinct from the characters we're following. But there are people there. There are people who are part of the land too. And I thought that was really neat and well done. And we'll see what Ben says. Will he just say it's pretty, or will he say something interesting? You can probably guess what I think, but I'm curious. Let's see.
Arrival, and this movie is just spectacular looking. Like from beginning to end, every shot is a piece of art. It was sort of described by a lot of folks as David Lean style shots of the desert. That's correct. I mean, it does look like Lawrence of Arabia.
Yeah, it look at someone wants you want full screen. Okay, here's full screen. Lawrence of Arabia. Ooh, see, I actually had a lot of Lawrence of Arabia vibes as well, not just because of long shots of the desert, but because of Paul's role in the movie. He sort of takes a T.E. Lawrence position. I know there's some serious differences between the two, and there's a lot more going on in Dune, probably because Lawrence of Arabia is based on a true story about an actual guy. The book would be The Seven Pillars of Wisdom. I highly recommend it. I enjoyed it. But it's very interesting. I wonder if Ben's going to make that connection.
Which makes sense because the plot is kind of like Lawrence of Arabia.
He did.
But the color scheme is wonderful. Every shot is...
Is that it? He doesn't elaborate, but okay.
Beautifully constructed. The special effects are great. You see every dollar on the screen. There are some movies where they cost $1 bajillion, and you're like, really? The sci-fi elements here look crappy. The computer generation looks awful.
I don't think it's fair to compare a movie from... When was Scorpion King? Like 20 years ago? And Matrix, was that Reloaded, I think? Maybe it was Revolutions, but like that was a long time ago.
Here, everything just looks first rate. It looks great. And so just on a pure aesthetic level, it's a beautiful movie to watch. The acting is excellent across the board. The score...
See, this is what bothers me. It's like, it's good. I think it's good. Like, okay. Like, that's a fine reaction to have, but why would this need to be on YouTube and have nearly 1 million views if you're just going to be like, is good. Anyway, moving on.
Is overwrought. I like Hans Zimmer, but Hans Zimmer basically just takes the Blade Runner 2049 score and just plops it right in the center with some very high-pitched singing and some throat singing from, like, Vikings or something.
Vikings? Also, what? It's been a while since I listened to Blade Runner, but no, I didn't get a vibe of Blade Runner at all. And also Vikings, oh God. I think it was meant to be, oh God, it's like a throat singing, right? Not, I don't want to misidentify the culture, but I would assume something Middle Eastern because obviously Dune is inspired by the Middle East. Obviously, it's more clear when you read the book, but like, how could you miss that? I'm sure he won't. We'll see we'll see him get to it.
I think that the score is overdone because the movie is so weighty that you don't actually need to make the movie weightier by use of the score. I mean, it's a very dark movie. Just visually, it's dark, but it is also, the story is very dark. So you don't need the music to do that much work, and it's a little bit obtrusive. Not a bad score. It's just not my favorite Hans Zimmer score. But bottom line is that just as a piece of filmmaking, it's triumphant.
Wow. Someone who said Tibetan throat singing or Mongolian throat singing. I don't think so. I don't. It's usually guys who are throat singing in Tibetan Mongolian throat singing. Is that right? Or is it women? See, I'm not familiar, so that's why I'm hesitant. But I just know it's a kind of throat singing. Certainly not Viking. I don't know what that is. Like, that's weird what he just said about the music, though, right? Like, what? I don't know. I feel like the music complemented it really well. The music emphasizes the themes a little too much for him, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, I really want to see him break down the plot. Let's get this.
Spoilers abound. Essentially, the plot of the movie goes like this. You have House Atreides, which is led by Oscar Isaac. His son is Timothée Chalamet, and his concubine, who he never married, is Rebecca Ferguson. Right there on one side. On the other side, you have House Harkonnen, which is kind of a stand-in for the Soviets, kind of. So,
wait, what? The Soviets? No, they're all. I think he's gonna say Atreides are like the Americans, right? But that doesn't make any sense because they're all part of the same empire. They're all houses under the same empire. That's kind of like a big plot point. This was, oh God, written in the 1970s. I think he's gonna think it's a metaphor for Afghanistan. Afghanistan, by the way, famously not a war fought over natural resources. It was of geopolitical importance. Although it does have a lot of, from what I understand, mineral resources like heavy earth metals and stuff like that. But no, you're thinking of Iraq. Maybe that's what he thinks. Because I feel like I'm like projecting into the future. I think he's gonna say this is like how Afghanistan was a quagmire, and like that's where empires go to die, and it happened to the Soviets and now the Americans. It's like, no, it's not like the Americans went to Afghanistan and then all of a sudden the Soviet Union came back and bombed them, right? Like that's what happens in Dune. I really want to see where this goes, but the Soviet connection, like maybe he'll elaborate on it and it'll make sense, but I doubt it.
So these two families are fighting over the planet Arrakis. The Harkonnen had dominance over the planet of Arrakis for some 80 years, and now that planet has been taken away from them and handed to House Atreides by the Emperor. So you never meet the Empire, you don't know who the Emperor is. What you do know is that he is afraid of House Atreides gaining support and then presumably taking power. So what he does, he sort of puts them on Arrakis in order to generate what is the most valuable commodity in the universe, which is called spice. Okay, now spice is essentially the oil of the universe, right?
Yeah, that's pretty spot on. Someone who just mentioned the British and French had imperial colonial control of most of the Middle East. That's probably a much closer parallel, right? Because you could talk about different imperial powers who had those relationships. And if we want to talk about Iraq specifically, we could talk about, or no, wait, are we thinking Iran? We're thinking of Iran, aren't we? The difference between control under the British versus the influence of the Americans, and obviously oil, very big in Iran, and then there was a bit of a revolution in Iran, if we all remember that, and it would connect to the religious elements of the series. Someone mentioned Saudi Arabia. That's an interesting one as well. I don't know enough about the history about Saudi Arabia, but there's probably some back and forth between the British and the Americans as well. And yeah, the empire not being a real thing in some ways makes it more real, because it's like, what is the empire in this context? If this is an analog to like the British and the Americans, or the British and the French, or these other sort of colonial powers, what is the empire that governs them? It's it's money. It's about making money. Yeah. It was capitalism all along. All right, so let's move along. I'm sure he'll make that connection. He'll get it, right?
It is this property that allows people to fly for interstellar periods of time. It is also a hallucinogen, and it's holy to the people who live on Arrakis, who are known as the Fremen. The idea here is that House Harkonnen is going to attack. The Empire is going to quietly support House Harkonnen, and the Atreides are going to go down. So there's a lot of ins and outs there. You meet a lot of different characters. You meet the Fremen leaders, one of whom is played by Javier Bardem, who's actually pretty terrific. You have Jason Momoa, who plays sort of the military go-between, who knows the Fremen and is able to act as a broker between the Fremen and House Atreides. The character's name is Duncan Idaho, which is, again, very sci-fi. Zendaya is in it, but doesn't say anything. She's just in a lot of sort of cutaway prophecy shots. Meanwhile, Oscar Isaac is trying to train his son to take over for him in case of his death. And his son, of course, is sort of hesitant. He has these visions of what the future is going to be like, where he's the leader of this giant jihad. Like, this is this huge rebellion against...
I'm surprised Ben pulled out the word jihad, which is actually in the book. I don't remember them saying it in the movie, did they? I might have missed that. But, like, that was something they... that's one of those things that really changes its meaning post 9/11, you know? I read Dune when I was in... how old was I? It was like 10 years ago, maybe. And when you see that language, it's like, oh, wow, this is very, you know... There's a lot of Islamic connections here. But in the book, it hits differently than when it was written in like the 1970s, I think, when it was, you know, a lot of people in the English language speaking world wouldn't have been as familiar with the term jihad. And yeah, someone mentioned it's not in the movie, but they do say holy war. Yeah, I mean, that's what it means, right? So here we go. Well, it means something a little more complicated. Ask a scholar of Islam for like the many deep and interesting meanings of the word jihad. It's not just about ganging up and killing some people. Early 60s. Okay, I was off by a decade. Thank you for the correction.
The Empire, and he's seen as a holy figure. Throughout the entire film, by the way, he's being seen as a potential holy figure by the Fremen because there have been all these prophecies about an outsider who's going to come to the planet and is going to lead just such a rebellion. He has certain powers because his mom is essentially a witch. She belongs to an order called the Bene Gesserit, and she's taught her son a few of the tricks of the Bene Gesserit, so he can use essentially what is the old Jedi mind trick on people. He can speak to them and make them do what he wants to do by setting his voice to a certain timbre. He kind of fulfills the basic notion of what this messianic figure on the planet is supposed to be. Oscar Isaac's plan is that he's going to get to the planet and he's going to make common cause with the Fremen. They're going to allow him to mine the spice that they need, and he's going to basically leave them alone. And there's a pretty intense scene where there is a sand trawler that is picking up the spice and mining the spice, and it's attacked by one of the sandworms.
I do this a bit in my sitcom retrospectives, but I try to keep summary to a minimum because it's like super boring and not really criticism. But sometimes, you know, you have to talk about it. But God, I feel like he's going into too much detail. That said, this is a complicated movie. There's a lot of moving parts. Someone mentioning that Dune doesn't mean anything and you don't need to analyze it. Wasn't there like an article that was written on a website recently that we should stop trying to analyze entertainment and intellectualize it, which is just, my God. I weep sometimes. Let's think about things, huh? Let's think about things.
And it's a pretty amazing scene. It's an amazing looking scene. House Harkonnen ends up attacking Arrakis. The giant, pretty spectacular looking battle ensues. The House of Atreides goes down. Oscar Isaac is captured. He is killed, but not before he poisons the head of House Harkonnen with poison that is hidden in his tooth. And meanwhile, Timothée Chalamet...
Of course, he actually didn't. I guess he missed the scene where we find out what's-his-face is still alive because he flew to the top of the ceiling. Anyway...
escapes to the desert with his mom. And he has this vision in the desert, and he is very upset about this because his mom made him a freak, and he doesn't really want to take up this mantle. But he realizes that they have to survive, and so they wander out into the desert. And they are trying to find the Fremen.
Ooh, the biggest issue. I don't know, that's okay as a summary. It's not super good. But yeah. Someone correct. It's not a Jedi mind trick. It's the Bene Gesserit trick. And that's true because Dune came first. All right. I want to know what the biggest issue is. I don't... Any guesses in the chat? Let's talk this through about what the biggest issue here is. I am curious. Maybe I should... Oh, he hasn't even told us if he likes it, right? Yeah, it has he. So we'll leave the poll up. It seems pretty much decided. 2/3 don't like it. So what is he going to say? Socialism or communism? Okay, that the Baron isn't the hero. Yeah, I feel like he might be pro Baron, huh? How woke it is? Probably. Liet Kynes is a black woman. I mean, I don't know if he's even read the original book, right? Oh, thank you so much, Malpertuis. Question mark Malpertuis. Why? So some other, I like that little sticker. It's cute. Okay, so biggest issue. I don't know. I'm curious. I've seen some guesses here. None of them, I gotta say, are making me come through. But remember when he mentioned the Soviets? Ooh, maybe it's gonna talk about Afghanistan, the war in Iraq, or something. I feel like that might be it. Um, yeah, I know he mentioned jihad, which means he might have read the original book, but he also mentioned the Soviet Union, which makes me think maybe he didn't. Uh, I don't know. I feel like he would have mentioned he had read the book by now. And I'm just giving him credit for figuring something out without having read the homework. But maybe I'm being too generous. Maybe I am. Let's see it. Let's see the biggest issue.
The biggest issue with the movie is that it ends kind of randomly. Now, we
Okay, that it ends. That's. Did anyone guess that one? I have a feeling like because it's part one. Okay, sure.
knew, because it was called Dune Part 1, that there will be a Part
Yeah.
2. And so some people are saying, well, so what? It cut off in the middle. Like, why is that a big deal? The answer is that it's not a big deal that it cut off in the middle. The problem is that it cut off in the middle of a story beat, which is a very weird place to actually cut off the movie. So it feels
Okay.
strangely 15 minutes too long and 2.5 hours too short. If you're going to do the whole story, it's got to be probably 5 or 6 hours. Would have made a great miniseries. If you're going to cut off the movie in the middle, then really they should have cut off the movie maybe 20 minutes sooner.
Wrong. So wrong. I'll explain why the movie cut off at just the right point. But I want to finish. I'll let him finish talking. Let him make his case. But I thought its ending was actually very well timed.
He starts to meet with the Fremen. They find the Fremen. They have this interaction where he has to
He's
beat
gonna
one of
tell
the
us the
Fremen
results.
in a knife fight. And then the movie ends. Right after he meets Zendaya. The weird part about that is that should be the beginning of the second movie, right? My problem is not that there's a break in
No, that's the end.
the movie. There's a break in Fellowship of the Ring also. The difference is that Fellowship of the Ring concludes at one point, and right before they start the next point, that's when the movie stops, right? It stops after Boromir is killed, and they're about to enter into the jagged wasteland, and they're about to meet Gollum, right? What would have been weird in Fellowship is if
What?
Frodo and Sam had left the riverbank, gone up and met Gollum, and then as soon as they meet Gollum, that's when you stop the movie. That would be strange, right?
Okay. The problem with this is, first of all, comparing it to Lord of the Rings, I get it, but like the structure matters, right? Someone mentioned this is where there's a time skip roughly at this point in the book. This is true. I feel like we're going to get a lot of that in the beginning of the second movie. Also, we're talking about that was adapting 3 books. This is still 1 book. And why would you stop it at one point, right? Do I let him keep going before I respond? I'm sort of weighing this in my head. I'll let him keep going. I hope he'll put a bow on it at some point so I can explain why he's wrong.
That's what Dune does. It would have been better to me if they're in the desert, he gets out, they're searching for the Fremen, but things are as desperate as they can be because his dad is dead and because Harkonnen has taken over the planet, and that's sort of where things break. Instead, they break, I think, in the wrong place. My problem isn't the break. My problem is that the break is in the wrong place. Alrighty, we'll get to more on Dune.
Okay. He doesn't really explain that very well. Here's why why it ended in just the right spot and why I really liked where it ended. Throughout the movie, he mentions at one point there was a vision. Paul's been having visions the whole movie. I don't know why he would say at one point there was a vision because, it literally opens up with his dream. But you'll notice when he first talks about dreams, he describes them, Paul that is, they sort of describe the future, but they kind of don't. Like it's not quite the same. And when he's having visions of that particular knife fight, he sees himself dying. He sees himself being stabbed, and then there's the bloody sword, and it's like he's reborn in a way. And that's when we realize the dream is actually a metaphor, because when he kills that man, that's the first man he's ever killed. And we realize the dreams are prophecies, not meant to be taken literally, but metaphorically. And he shapes what those prophecies will look like. It's a weird way in that we realize Paul is taking control of his own destiny. When he defies that prophecy or realizes he's the one shaping those prophecies, it sort of marks him as a chosen one. We get so much of that throughout the movie with people talking about how, oh, Paul is the one. He will show us the way. I mean, the Freeman in particular on, I forgot the name of the Dune planet, but this is what it's all been leading up to. Will Paul be this great destined person? Will he be the chosen one, basically? And the movie ends on him saying yes, he will. Arrakis, thank you. And I thought that was that was so good. That was perfect. He also meets Zendaya, the woman he had been seeing in his dreams, and she's there, and she's like not exactly what he thought she would be, and it's the beginning of the next part of the adventure, I guess. But like, an ending is always going to feel like a beginning in a way, I think, especially when we know it's part one. If it was a conclusive ending, it wouldn't have made sense. And that's why I think it just fits so right, and Ben is just so wrong, or at least his critiques are so superficial and boring, and he's talking about like the right or wrong place to end a movie, like as if there are rules written down in a book somewhere. It really reeks of like objective criticism, which is of course silly. Anyway, let's move forward a little bit. I hope he's got an ad here so we can skip ahead.
Just 1 second. First, let me remind you, I keep my every corner of your house right for your home. Have it just lose track of one cold sci-fi. There's some sci-fi. Ben. As for the feel of the film, it really does mirror the books. The book is cold sci-fi.
Oh, he has read the books. My mistake. Someone who said who picked it up. You were right. I gave him too much credit.
There's some sci-fi books that are very warm and you really feel a lot for the characters. Fahrenheit 451 is one that comes to mind. This is not a book like that. It's very long. It's kind of technical. It's notoriously hard to adapt because it's so sprawling and it covers so much ground and it covers so much time. But, you know, because Villeneuve is kind of a cold director, it works. It does work really, really well. So
I don't think of Dune as cold. Someone saying maybe he's hard sci-fi. Yeah, that would be an actual term. I mean, I doubt he's ever really studied any science fiction and at a high level. Cool. Also, I would think hot, right? Because it's a desert planet. But anyway.
I will say that every time the Shai-Hulud, which is this giant sandworm, approaches, the graphics are just astonishingly good. When it travels through the dunes, okay. It's super cool because it's traveling through the dunes in the way that a missile would travel through waves. That's what it looks like. It's really neat looking.
Final verdict. Here, we'll get it. Okay. Final poll results. I'll end them now because he's about to tell us. Almost 500 votes. Yeah, 2/3 of you think he hates it. My voice is quiet compared to Ben's. Okay, maybe I'll fiddle with the audio here a little bit. Okay, so let's just end this poll. If anyone else has issues with the audio, just let me know. It's a very easy fix. All right, let's see what he thinks. Did he like it?
Movie is actually great. I think it's going to be hard to adjudicate
whether
the movie is great actually until you get a second part, because
that's weird.
Don't know what the conclusion of the movie looks like. It could be a complete disaster area, in which case the first half is great and the second half sucks. But if this completes in the way that the first half is done, I think it's going to be one of the great sci-fi epics of all time. I will say, I feel pretty secure in his hands. Like, as a director, when you're a moviegoer, there are certain directors where you just feel good walking into the theater because you know you're going to get something that is at least going to be really fascinating. And Villeneuve is one of those directors, right? To me, Nolan is the key director who's like that, but...
Nolan's so overrated. But it's weird he said, like, we'll get something here because he's so fascinating, but he said nothing of interest. Like, he's just like, this is good, I like it, this is nice, and had no real... he had no real depth or understanding. Or he didn't convey anything interesting. It's very superficial.
Villeneuve is clearly like that too, and he's really made his mark here. So I'm really excited, frankly, to see the second movie. I will say that I think it was such a bad release strategy to release it simultaneously on HBO Max. This is a big kind of industry insider thing right now, is whether you should have simultaneous release of these films on a streaming platform as well as in a theater. This is not a movie you should be watching on your tiny little cell phone. You should really be seeing this on an IMAX theater.
Who's watching movies on their cell phone? I know some people watch some of my YouTube videos on their cell phone, according to the analytics, but oh man, yeah, don't watch this on a cell phone. That's a bad idea. I watched it at home myself, and I don't know, my TV isn't huge, but it was big enough. But yeah, this would have been a lot more fun in the theater. Definitely try and watch it on their theater. Is it on Quibi? I don't know. I watch everything on Quibi, right? That's the way to watch everything these days.
Because the visuals are just spectacular. So the movie made 40 million domestic, 220 worldwide. This movie...
That's a lot of money. I like how he's just like earlier criticizing the strategy, and then it's like, oh, by the way, it made a ton of money. Good insight, Ben.
certainly would have opened at 80, 90 million bucks if this were not available on streaming. This would have been a
Sure.
massive opening. I think Hollywood is going to pretty
Okay. You just made that up. Fun.
quickly move away from the simultaneous streaming release with the theaters. I think the theaters are going to come back in a pretty strong way. If they don't, it's going to be hard to get movies like this made. So my recommendation, go check this out in a theater. It's a huge movie. It looks beautiful. It's definitely worth the watch. Or maybe wait until part 2 comes out and then watch them back to back in a theater, which is definitely something that I would do. Alrighty, if you
Okay, that's the end of that. That was kind of a boring review. I really wanted him to expand on that Soviet thing because, like, ooh, that seems like some bad analysis. Also, I agree. The second movie will make it better watching them together, I think, or at least within a shorter period of time. That said, I heard it doesn't go into production until like next year, so we got a few years to wait. Timothée is gonna have some time to grow up for that time skip. But yeah, if you watched it back to back, it'd probably be 5 hours. The first one is 2.5 hours. I have no reason to believe the second one would be any shorter. Okay, that was bad review, Ben. Very superficial, very uninteresting. I was hoping he would dislike it just because, I don't know, I don't like liking the same things as Ben Shapiro, even if his reads on it are boring. Okay. So I pulled up reviews, and we can watch some other ones. We got a Squid Game one. That could be fun. We've also got, I kind of want to do Infinity War. It's an older one, but I think that's one where he starts like arguing with Thanos, like he's debating him. And that was funny. So I'll leave it up to some people. Like, what do you all feel like? Or the Game of Thrones series finale? Oh, wow. So many options. Endgame. What do people want? Do people want something recent? They want Squid Game? I actually heard part of his description of Squid Game, and it's like he seems to understand what it means, but then he complains about it. So let's go Squid Game. Everyone wants Squid Game. And if you haven't seen Squid Game, it's about how communism is evil. No, that's the Tim Pool take. It's about how oh, Clay, I'm sorry. Come back soon because we're gonna have some stuff after talking about Squid Game. We'll do an Avengers thing, sure. Yeah, but here we go. Squid Game.
Alrighty, today, my review of Squid Game.
Someone saying we just did the Dune video, just finished it a few moments ago. It was pretty good. We'll have another poll. Did Ben Shapiro like Squid Game? Enjoy listening to me type for a moment. I feel like this is probably an easy option, but there we go. Here comes the poll. Everyone get ready to vote. And yeah, spoiler alerts, of course. We're going to have a lot of spoilers for Squid Game. You know, Squid Game is one of those things when I watched it, I just kind of was like very passive and I didn't key in on a lot of stuff. I had to take some moments to reflect on it because I think it's just really entertaining. And I think that's lost on a lot of movies with messages. And I don't know, people say it's a little too heavy-handed, a little too obvious. I get it. Personally, though, I think people kind of need the obviousness at times. But I'm a big believer in art being accessible, and interpreting art is something that everyone should be able to do and really dig into it. Yeah, and if you didn't like it, that's totally fine. Not everyone has to like everything. Yeah. Let's see. Most people. Wow, is this the same result? 2/3 of people think he hates it. I get the feeling that people just think Ben hates everything, and I sort of feel like he probably does. He doesn't seem like a happy guy. Okay, but let's see. Let's go.
Which is the biggest show on Netflix and maybe in Netflix history. We'll get to all of the details in just one moment. First, this video is sponsored by Helios. First off, this is going to be filled with spoilers. So if you haven't actually seen Squid Game and you want to watch this very disturbing show and you don't want to know what's about to happen, then you really shouldn't watch this review until after
like
you've
him
actually
explaining
watched
what
the show.
spoilers
Unless you're
mean.
producer Elliot, in which case you're screwed because you actually have to film this. And well,
whatever.
tough. So the basic premise of Squid Game is essentially Hunger Games crossed with Parasite. That's the elevator pitch. It's
I guess.
basically a guy who is living in poverty. He is
Hunger Games was already kind of like Parasite in that it critiqued at a society. Anyway, I guess because Parasite was Korean, so I think that's why he threw that in there. But here we go.
divorced. He has a bad relationship with his ex-wife. He's kind of a derelict. He's a gambler, and he's fallen into tremendous amounts of debt with a.
I like how he says he's divorced and has a bad relationship with his ex-wife. I don't know. I feel like those two things are kind of often go hand in hand, let's say. But I know it's not always like that. Big ups to the divorced people who hold it together for the kids.
gang with some sort of mob, and he eventually is approached by a man in a subway station who decides to play a game with.
Ooh, he's going to just describe the plot for the next 5 minutes, isn't he? Do we want to watch him describe the plot? Because he'll probably drop in something like that Soviet comparison in Doom. Yeah, we'll watch this long description. This is a 12-minute video, and he's going to spend half of it describing the plot. Jesus.
With him, and the stakes of the game are that if he loses, then the man gets to slap
This
him in
is
the face
literally
really,
just the
really
first
hard.
episode.
And if he wins, then the guy gives him money. So this goes on for a few rounds. He keeps losing and losing and losing. Finally, he wins some money. And the guy hands him a card and says, if you want to play more games like this, then let me know.
I think it would be dangerous to put it at 2 times speed because that's too much Ben Shapiro, but we can go to 1.5.
Of course, decides that he's going to call the number. He ends up being kidnapped, sort of, and taken to a place where they play these children's games. And there are going to be 6 rounds of the children's games. And if you make it through all 6 rounds, then you win this massive pot of money. What they don't tell you is that if you lose the games, then you die. So the very first episode, you have them play red light, green light, and everybody who moves during the red light phase of the game is immediately shot by snipers to death. You can kind of see this coming, frankly. Like, if you knew anything about the show or if you had any idea of where this was going, this was not a giant surprise. The first episode is not particularly gory, but it is kind of disturbing in that everybody is being killed off. But, very much like Battle Royale.
I mean, a lot of people got shot. Okay. Not very. I guess it's not like people being dismembered, but.
The Japanese precursor to Hunger Games or Hunger Games itself. As the show goes on, the games become more and more scary. You have a couple of other characters who are introduced. You have a young woman who's escaped from North Korea, who's essentially attempting to win the money so that she can give the money to a trafficker to get her mom out of North Korea and also so that she can afford to buy a house with her younger brother. You have a mob member who is attempting to pay off his bad old debts. A crazy woman whose backstory you don't actually really get. You have a friend of the main character who made something of himself and now has mysteriously ended up in this game. And the reason is because he attempted embezzlement and he used money he didn't own in order to try and buy futures, and the futures went south. And so
one thing I like about this summary is at no point does Ben mention the names of any of these characters. And to be fair, in Squid Game, they're like meant to be anonymous, but also like I kind of feel like Ben didn't look this up before watching, and he's not great with Korean names. Fair enough. I'm not great at that either, and I'm looking it up on IMDb right now so I can at least call them by their names. Like the main dude, or I don't even these pictures. It's hard to say. But Sung Jihan or Gihan was the main dude, right? And Cho Sang Woo was his buddy. But yeah, I just like this character and this guy. Okay, but yeah. Also 456. What a great number for your character because it's so easy to remember.
Ends up buying millions and millions of won. And there's this old man who's tagging along because he has brain cancer and he figures I may as well win some money for my family before I die. And they go through various permutations. Meanwhile, there's sort of a side story where a cop infiltrates and he's trying to figure out who's at the head of this organization that's attempting to create these games and torture these people. It's kind of an interesting setup. In one episode, the people are actually allowed.
Setup. Okay. The cop thing was a side plot. I don't know why I said setup. Anyway.
To be let go, because the rules of the game are once you sign up you have to play. If you don't play, you get shot. But if a majority of the players at any given time decide that they no longer want to play the game, then the entire game is disbanded and the money that was collected for the game is distributed to the families of the people who died. So in an early episode, that's one of the things that happens. Everybody sort of goes back to their regular life, and then of course they end up coming back to the game because they have no options in the outside world. And this really brings us to the central sort of parasite aspect of Squid Game. It is a dystopian thriller, and so the politics are very communistic in nature. The politics
communistic in nature. This kind of bugs me because a critique of capitalism isn't inherently communistic, right? Like it's not a dichotomy here. It's not you're either a communist or a capitalist. It's anyway. It's a bit reductive, but here we go. I'm glad we got him here complaining about communism. Let's go.
for this very large budget show, which is being shown on Netflix, which is a high market cap tech company, are extraordinarily far to the left. The basic idea is that capitalism provides so little opportunity that you would rather play a game where you might get shot just to make money than attempt to live out your life in the regular world. And you see some of the other characters who are in the regular world, right? So the main character, who again is sort of a derelict and a gambler, his mom is trying to live a normal life, but she's got diabetes and she doesn't have enough money to pay for her surgical care, so she might lose
Almost like she needs some healthcare, right? She needs some healthcare.
her feet, for example. You have the mother of the guy who is corrupt and embezzling, and she runs like a very small stand, but is obviously living in some form of poverty. You have the North Korean escapee.
I don't think she's actually living in poverty. She just has like a small, humble life. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think there was enough to. I would assume like her son would have like set her up with something. Like she bought a stand, or she had a little shop, right? And what's his face? Ji-hung couldn't get his mother that. She had like a little stand, and she was like, oh, so-and-so's mother has a shop, so she's doing okay. Not exactly super wealthy, but doing okay. And I didn't even realize I made that joke calling him reductive because he's short. Sure. Yeah, he's for someone so short, he stretches things out pretty far though when it comes to summarizing the plot.
Who is basically almost homeless and who is forced to steal money. And there's a scene where the North Korean escapee is asked by another character, you escaped from North Korea, was it worth it? And the answer seems to be not really, which is kind of a strange take because North Korea is a giant gulag, it's a giant prison camp. So no matter what you think of South...
It's a strange take, okay. Because she's like living in poverty and like forced to play this horrible game. Like maybe that's why. Maybe that's why she hates it there, and she's like separated from her family and friends, and yeah, it's not that tough to figure out. Okay.
Korea, it is not comparable in any way, shape, or form to the lifestyle in North Korea, where people are on average several inches shorter than people in South Korea because of malnutrition. Also,
like, my God, they're not talking about real life right here, right? Did he get that? Does he get that Squid Game isn't an actual comparison between North Korea and South Korea? Like, there's yeah, and the idea that North Korea is awful, but like when you cross the border, you expect things to be better, and if you live a life of poverty, it doesn't actually get that much better because you're still starving. Okay. Let's. I'm loving this review though. This is the good stuff.
if you make a show criticizing the regime in South Korea, it goes viral and ends up on Netflix. If you create a show criticizing the regime in North Korea, they strap you to the front of an anti-aircraft gun and then open fire.
That doesn't happen in North Korea because they make very little media. Yeah. Being able to criticize your own government, lovely. What delicious freedoms.
So that seems to be a slight difference. But the basic idea here is the same as the basic idea in Parasite, which is that if you are poor in South Korea, there's no way up the ladder because capitalism is evil. And there are a bunch of kind of notes that are put into the show that underscore this very silly theme. One of those notes is that
very silly theme.
When you get to the ending episodes and you find out who are the VIPs who bet on who is going to win and who's going to lose the game, they're all American. Like, they're all these big American.
See, like, one guy is clearly Chinese, and we don't really know if they're all American. They all speak with really bad American accents. They could be Canadian. I don't know. They don't have a huge number of Western actors there to choose from. But yeah, they're the greatest hegemonic powers on the world right now. So that's probably why. Was one French? Yeah, I think maybe. I don't remember. They were just so, like, these guys were not great. Acting, writing, everything about them, just not great. Okay.
American fat cats, it's really the evil Americans and their capitalist excesses, these decadent Americans who are behind this whole thing. There's not a good American in the entire show. They're just a bunch of Americans who are wearing these glittery...
I mean, if he thinks these are all Americans, they're literally the only Americans in the show, and it takes place in Korea. Why would there be other Americans? But go ahead. And also, one of these guys is Korean. Remember the old man, 001? He's one of them. Like, he's on their side, but he just chose to participate. So one of them is Chinese and one of them is Korean. So clearly, it's not just about Americans, Ben. Pay attention.
Masks, a la Hunger Games. And this is supposed to characterize the idea that really...
A la Hunger Games. Someone pointed out they're actually, these are the masks they would wear at, like, I don't know, Bohemian Grove or something. One of those places where everyone thinks it's the Illuminati, but it's just a bunch of rich assholes, like, having an orgy or something. But okay.
South Korean economics is run at the behest of these evil white corporate paymasters. The biggest spoiler, of course, is the person who's heading up the Squid Game is the old man, right? So the old man is playing. It turns out that he's playing out of fun. He's not actually playing because he is worried about dying. He does have brain cancer, that part's true, but he's the head of a major corporation. He's a very wealthy industrialist, and his entire...
So they're not all Americans. He literally just said it was all like Americans, but he didn't put two and two together. I feel like there was a cut there, and he just recorded it later, and people were like, Ben, this doesn't make sense. It's like, it never makes sense. Okay.
Their shtick is that all of this is justified. Squid Game is justified because it is, in fact, more fair than the actual capitalist economy that is in place in South Korea. Okay, this is a very silly view of capitalism. Capitalism is literally predicated on the notion that you do not get something unless you give something to somebody else. Okay?
How do you get the thing you give to another person? There's the thing, right? Like also capitalism isn't just exchange of goods. Exchange of money, currency for goods and services, or exchange of something else for goods and services. That's just commerce. But let's get some great discussion about capitalism from Ben.
As Hayek was fond of suggesting, the basic premise of capitalism is that you are forced to do something you wouldn't have normally done for somebody else because you need something from them. Trade ennobles. Trade is good. But for people who don't understand capitalism and come from sort of a Marxist-leaning bent, capitalism is a zero-sum game. Somebody wins and somebody loses. Somebody wins the big pot of cash and somebody dies. Of course, the metaphor inside the Squid Game is supposed to be that if only the population sees the means of production through majority votes, then all of this would end and we would usher in a new and better...
No, like that's not really the message of the game. I don't think the game is trying to advance communism here, right? Like it's just critiquing capitalism specifically, and sort of unmasking the idea of a meritocracy.
World, right? All it takes is a majority vote to stop this terrible system where some people are being murdered.
Someone asked, do I only stream on YouTube or also on Twitch? I have a Twitch, but I never stream on here. Right now, I'm just on YouTube. I don't know. I don't know how to do both. I don't know. I might set that up at some time. But then I got to look at two chats. It's hard enough to do one. And yes, this will be online later. If you joined up late, there's an unlisted playlist or a playlist of unlisted videos on my YouTube channel with all the old streams, if you want to check that out. Let's get back to this commentary. It's great.
For the benefit of other people. Okay, but that assumes that economics is a zero-sum game, right? Which it is not. It assumes that capitalism is a zero-sum game, which it is not. We'll get to more on this in just 1 second. First,
I feel like he's got to expand on this, but he just doesn't expand on it. It's just not a zero-sum game, okay? And someone mentioned I did do an E3 stream on Twitch. I watched a few of the press conferences. Not a ton of people watched it, and I was just like, forget you, Twitch. I might go back to it at some point. Let's see when this ad ends. Wow, big chunk of ad in this thing.
Solution for improvement in sleep quality. A 2-minute sleep quiz. It will match in the back, but you will. You're going to helixsleep.com/. It doesn't have a lot of support other than sort of the polemical.
Okay. The capitalist critique. That is what the... yeah, that is what this show is. It's a capitalist critique. Let's hear Ben. I feel like he's going to really put this together for us. Okay.
The sort of capitalist critique rings pretty hollow and doesn't have a lot of support other than sort of the polemical notion that anybody who's involved in the capitalist system is somehow corrupt and evil. You literally see no business people other than people who are exploitative or embezzling. Okay, I didn't like Parasite for this very reason because it seemed like sort of a brainless critique of capitalism.
There are good people who are capitalists. Yeah. You could argue, was there anyone who was good? Not really. Then again, the people who weren't like the bosses were also pretty bad. Were there any good people aside from like the mothers who were like the innocent people? And yeah, he's upset that they're critiquing the bosses. Of course he is. He loves the bosses. They're the ones who pay him. I don't know. Everyone was pretty bad in this movie. Like the children, maybe. Oh yeah, that one dude. God, the guy, was he from Pakistan? I can't remember his name. Ali, right? Or was he from India? He was one of the few like genuinely good dudes. Yeah.
The critique of Parasite is that the poor people in Parasite are supposed to be sympathetic, but they literally do nothing right, and the rich people in Parasite are supposed to be bad, and therefore worthy of punishment, and they literally don't do anything that is immoral in the course of the movie, like at all. And yet you're just supposed to...
I've not seen Parasite, but yeah. And people are saying he's Pakistani. Okay, that's what I thought.
Assume that the rich people are bad and the poor people are somehow good. The same thing sort of holds true in this show. In this show, all of the poor people are perceived as sort of innately more noble than the people who are rich, even though...
Are they, though? I think one of the big parts of Gi-hun's character is that he wasn't that great. In fact, he had a lot of he like over time proved himself, but he was also like he was screwing things up with his family and had issues. Yeah, the fact that he might seem better isn't, it doesn't hold, I guess, is what I'm saying. Innately more noble by what, like, I don't know what that means either. They're innately more noble as opposed to artificially. Like, what is he even getting at here? Well, let's listen.
The reality is that the poor people in the show, aside from the North Korean refugee, like the main character is a derelict gambler. He's a bad guy.
Okay, he gets it. He's got some problems. Also, he's a victim because he lost his job because he was part of a union protest that got crushed by the cops. I wonder if he's going to bring that up.
Okay, and he's gradually ennobled by his participation in the game is sort of the idea. But all of the characters who are seen to participate in the capitalist system are, of course, very, very bad. Because that's the political take on the.
So if participating in the game made him a better person, you could argue, capitalism can have some positive benefits, except I wouldn't say that. The reason he becomes a better guy is because, Ali, for instance, saves his life and he realizes helping other people is how you survive. And it's not competition, but cooperation. Maybe that's where he thinks the communism angle comes from. That's, again, grossly reductive, and I think you can read a lot of things out of cooperation rather than it just being some sort of like advocation for communism. It must be a communism thing if they're working together. No.
Show, and it seems like that is the message that is now being exported by the South Korean film industry. As far as the actual show,
it's being exported by the South Korean film industry because Parasite and Squid Game, literally the only two Korean things I've ever watched, both said capitalism is bad. Okay, dude. He's really got his finger on the pulse of the Korean film industry here. Also, one is TV and one is film, but whatever. We can be nice about some flexibility in language there.
Itself, like whether it's entertaining or not. Yeah, I mean, it's entertaining. It's definitely very watchable. It gets extremely gory. There's a very bizarre side plot about selling of bodily organs that gets really graphic and kind of gross. I will say I thought
a bizarre side plot. I thought that side plot was really interesting because it was a doctor who was harvesting organs so he could have an unfair advantage in the game. And it was sort of like a metaphor for how people who have certain skills that become useful to the ruling class are given advantages in this whole, this game we call capitalism, right? Like a doctor, right? A doctor who does surgery on a rich person. So there you go. Thank you, Half a Grave. Communism is when you survive death game. So true. We need to set up more death games and we'll finally usher in an era of communism, won't we? That's what they were all about. Battle Royale, Hunger Games. I'm guessing he's thinking the graphic bit is when I think there was an eye being cut out or something. I guess that was kind of graphic. I don't know. But here we go.
Twists were predictable. Maybe it's because I've watched too many movies, maybe it's because I've written stuff myself, but it's pretty obvious.
He's written stuff himself, so he knows what's up.
Beginning that whoever is going to be leading up the Squid Game has to be an integral character, otherwise it has no meaning when you reveal who's leading up the Squid Game. So that means
obviously
that it can't be any of the young people who get killed. The only person it could be, theoretically, is the old man, really. So I kind of called that one maybe 3 episodes in advance.
Congratulations, Ben. I actually called it on the very first episode because he was the only old man, and I didn't know he was necessarily running it, but as soon as I saw him, it's like, why is he the one old person? And he's at 001. Very suspicious. This guy is a suspect for something. But yeah, it's not congrats on getting it on episode 3, Ben. That's very good too. Sure. I like the idea that he wrote some terrible crap that makes him an expert on writing too. Very fun. Very fun.
And also, the other big mystery of the show is that you have a cop who's trying to search for his brother, who's supposedly been taken into the system, and it turns out that he is a part of the system. That, again, was not super unpredictable. But overall, if you had to rate
What episode did you predict it in, Ben? I'm very curious. Also, isn't that interesting that the brother became part of the system because he was a previous winner? And at the end of the series, it looked like Gi-hun was leaving, and then he's going back. Does that mean he's going to be absorbed into the system, or is he going to rebel against it? Who knows? Who knows? It makes me want to watch season 2, doesn't it?
Game in terms of watchability and sort of addictiveness. Pretty good show. I'll give it maybe a 7 out of 10. In terms of politics, I give it
He liked it. He liked it. We were wrong again. He liked it for watchability, whatever the hell that means. But he's going to give us the politics review. I think it's going to be a 1 out of 10.
a 1 out of 10 because again,
Yeah, I got it. So that averages up to, well, it's a failing grade, isn't it? It's like 4? Yeah, I guess he didn't like it. If you need good politics in your art, um, and I like how he separates them. That's always cute.
politics of it are so baseline Hollywood silly. They really make no
Baseline
level
Hollywood
of actual
silly.
sense. Presume they're setting up for a second season of Squid Game as well because the season
I like how he argues like it doesn't make sense. Nice try, Ben. Nice try.
ends on a cliffhanger with the main character basically deciding that he is going to go take down the Squid Game as opposed to leaving the country and heading off to America. So I'm sure that will be the second season. He will probably have to infiltrate or he'll have to figure out some way to enter into the system itself, which, I'll start to watch it for sure. But is it worthy of the sort of high praise that it's been receiving in some quarters? Probably not. Is it watchable? For sure.
Okay.
The good. Compelling, well acted, well produced, interesting. It's a beautiful looking show.
It's interesting.
The sets that they built for the various games are really intricate. They look really good. They're sort of oddly creepy because the sets that they built for the children's games, it's supposed to be almost as though they're in this kind of giant dollhouse. The feel of the show is really good. It's well filmed. It's well directed. The most compelling episode is episode 6 because it really forces the characters to take stock of the fact that they essentially have to kill other people in order to get ahead. But again, as a metaphor for capitalism, it's very silly, but it's very emotionally affecting, and it does put the characters.
Killing other people to get ahead is a wonderful metaphor for capitalism. I don't know if you've ever been to if you've ever been to a job, like if you've been to worked at a big corporation, and picture this in your own life. You're slaving away, working your ass off to get a shot at that promotion, but you know what? Everyone on your team or your department might be working towards that, and there's only one spot, and you're told constantly to work outside of your means, really push yourself, extend beyond your job, and then you don't get that promotion. What did all that extra work do? Well, it made your employer some extra money, but for you, you didn't get nothing. So you might feel a little more cutthroat, a little more competitive, because you realize it's not you just doing your own thing, trying to get acknowledged. You're competing with everybody else. And if you have the opportunity to maybe screw someone over, maybe throw a spanner into the works and get a little ahead, like, hey, maybe you do that, because in capitalism, you get rewarded for that. And if you screw someone over, cost them their job, that could be money they really needed, money they needed to survive, and then they die in the gutter because you wanted the promotion. There you go. There's the metaphor all unveiled for you. It's not too complicated or difficult. It's very straightforward, but Ben says it doesn't make sense because, I don't know, the exchange of goods or something? He didn't really explain it very well, did he?
Characters in a really difficult emotional bind. So it's well written and it's well acted. That is probably the best episode of the show. The bad, politically asinine. Politically, it makes no sense at all. Somewhat predictable in terms of.
It's one thing to disagree with it. It's another to say it makes no sense, right? Like, I disagree with Ben. It's not that he doesn't make sense. He can be incoherent at times, and he's wrong. And it would be nice to actually make an effort to understand it.
Twists and turns. Very, very bloody. Like super bloody. So that first episode is not an indicator of what the bloodiness level will be in future episodes. That first episode just has people getting shot, like in the head, and it's fairly graphic. That is not even close to how graphic the show ends up getting. They use some old film and TV tropes. So bad guys listen to classical music. This is just a reality of the world, as we all know, is that all bad people listen to classical music.
The reason they listen to classical music is that it's a symbol of their wealth and opulence. Classical music is often associated with upper class people. That's actually what's going on, not just because they're bad. Maybe he's just standing up for classical music. Anyone can listen to classical music, right? It's lovely. I enjoy a lot of classical music. But I just like how, because he's a violinist, why we all know that, right? So that's probably why he's making that critique. It's like, stand up for classical music.
So that means that they're woken up to the Blue Danube Waltz by Strauss, and it means that the bad guys are listening to classic old jazz.
You like jazz?
So those are the good and the bad. Alrighty, that is my review of Squid Game. If there are other shows that you'd like me to review, other movies.
There we go. Eyes closed. A very good metaphor for his understanding of art. So for the next one, maybe we'll get a little older. I've not seen No Time to Die, so we're definitely not doing that. Do we need a moment to really recover, experience, and feel like we've got it? Could anyone message those people who left because they didn't want to have Squid Game spoiled? I don't know. I always feel bad when people say they gotta leave. Someone said Dune. We already did Dune. You gotta go back in the stream to watch that one. So we got some Avengers here, and we got some Game of Thrones. We're not doing The Last Jedi. I think that's been done to death. I should end this poll, huh? Let's end this poll while you all. A lot of people saying Game of Thrones here. Sure, let's look at Game of Thrones. That'll the series finale review. Beansalt's in his old set. We'll see if it does that thing where it moves the camera around. Very distracting and weird and dumb. We'll do Avengers afterwards, and then we'll watch that comedy thing because I feel like we should probably get on that at some point. Okay. Game over. Let's make sure this doesn't take too long.
The time has come for our Game of Thrones finale review. So if you have not yet seen the Game of Thrones finale, then you're going to want to skip the next few minutes of the program because I'm going to go into great detail, and that means that we are going to have to spoil some things. Okay, so let's.
Do we want to do a vote on what he thinks about Game of Thrones? Yeah, let's ask though. I'm going to type it out. This is like famously hated by everyone, right? I didn't like it, but I'm one of those. Okay, the poll is up. Go vote. My opinion on it was that it was not great. I'm a little different from other people in that I don't think it dropped the ball at the very end. I thought Game of Thrones had been going downhill for a long time, like post season 4. So seasons 5 through 8, I thought were all bad. Oh, wow. Someone just said seasons 5, 6, 7, and 8 became progressively worse. That's the right take. Basically, anything that wasn't adapted directly from the books was bad. That includes things from season 1, even. It was just, wow, all over the place. Someone who's wondering what the politics of Game of Thrones are. Well, if you look at the ending, I think the politics are very anti-monarchy, basically. Monarchies are bad. But yeah. Okay. Everyone thinks he'll hates it. 2/3, once again. A little stronger than the last 2 polls. He probably hates everything. But then again, this is one when everyone hates it. Okay, and this is speeded up slightly. What do we got it at? 1.5 speed? Yeah. Let's
talk
go.
about what just happened. The episode starts. Jon is
Oh
watching
God,
as
summaries. I
Grey Worm
forgot.
basically
It's like a
executes people.
third of it is
And then Jon
summary.
is told so Tyrion gets in prison, and Jon does nothing. The biggest problem with this season of Game of Thrones, and the last season actually, is that Jon becomes a non-factor. Jon is basically an extra in this season. He's turned into a whiny twerp. So he goes around the season basically lovesick for Dany, who's his aunt, by the way. He watches her new.
I don't know why that makes me laugh. Yeah, that's the thing that happened. Jon being a non-factor, I mean, I guess Dany's kind of the mover in the final season, right? Everything sort of orbits around her because that was all building. And he's just the knife that stabs her at the end, which I guess, I don't know. But there's so many characters on the show.
Nuke 1 million people, and he's still spending half the episode going, "Oh, she's my queen. She's my queen." She just nuked 1 million people, dude. 1 million. Like I have.
Nuked? I think he means the dragon, right? Yeah, I think that's the point. The struggle for Jon Snow to support someone, and the idea of being a fealty and unquestioning loyalty to someone on the basis of their bloodline and a supposed claim to a throne that isn't based on any sort of merit, right? That's the whole point. It's the struggle within him. Jon's always been bound by his sense of duty. That's why he went up north to the Wall and he stayed there and took the oath. And yeah.
Seen you try to take up arms to go with Robb, and you were about to leave. I've seen you go defend the wildlings from the north.
He didn't, though.
Instead of letting them all get killed. You led a battle in Winterfell against Ramsay Bolton. I mean, like, and yet when it comes to Dany, suddenly it's cool for her to like nuke the entire city of King's Landing. That's it, but you don't draw a line there. So Jon is basically whiny. He sees Tyrion, who's screwed everything up. Tyrion says to him, "You need to take out Dany." Why? Well, because you are the one true heir. And now, the entire series has been set up to this point that Jon is the true heir, and it should matter that he is the true heir. And not only that, Jon has to be active because he is the hero of the story. So
I feel like Ben is under the assumption that Jon should have been the king at the end, which is sort of not the point. Like there are no more kings. That's kind of the point. But anyway.
Jon goes, he sees Dany, all this is fine. Dany is going crazy, and she gives the full-on fascist/communist answer, which is, in the pursuit of utopia, I get to kill whoever I want.
Fascist/communist answer. I like that because it doesn't make any sense. Fascists and communists, famously friends. You remember when World War II, when the fascists and communists fought together to Against who? Okay. Right. And the idea that kill anyone who disagrees with you. That's never happened in non-communist or fascist countries. Certainly not.
want, which is something that fascists have said many, many times, right? This is the Milton Friedman description, the Frederick Hayek description of fascism and socialism. And John's like,
I just love how he handles them like interchangeably. It's like the same thing. Fascism, communism, same thing. Can someone think of a time when, oh God, was there ever a time when there was indiscriminate slaughter of people who were in the way, perhaps peoples who were indigenous to a land, who had resources and a power that came in and just decided, we're going to take all this. And they just killed like millions of people for their stuff. Did that ever happen? Okay, I think it did. I'm pretty sure at some point that happened. And it wasn't fascism or socialism or... Anyway, Ben's great.
okay, well, you're hot and you're my aunt, but enough. And he kills her. Okay, so once John kills her, this is where things begin to go wildly wrong. So what has to...
That's where things went wrong? Oh my God. I thought it had been going wrong for a long time.
happen at that point is that John then has to take the throne, at least temporarily. The dragon is right there. For some reason, the dragon is pissed off at the throne. Nobody knows why. Dragon's
Symbolism. The dragon destroys the throne because it's like the end of monarchy. That's what it symbolizes, right? Destroyed by their own tools kind of thing. The dragon doing it of their own volition was kind of weird, but whatever.
It's like, you know what, this throne right here, this MFer, I'm taking out the throne. And he just blowtorches the throne, the dragon. You're like, well, that's weird. Don't know why the dragon is doing that. And the dragon won't attack John, obviously, because he's Targaryen.
So it's symbolism, right? And the fact that there isn't a clearly stated diegetic reason for why that's happening seems to be the complaint. It would be nice if he just acknowledged the symbolism there. That would at least demonstrate that he understands it. But if it's like, oh, why would the dragon do that? The fact that it's a wild beast, I think, is fine. We don't need to weigh down the metaphor with that. Of all the problems Game of Thrones had, I don't think that's a big one. Right. Also, famously, socialists and fascists sit on thrones, I guess. Like Daenerys. Well, I guess fascists kind of do, but it's a little different.
But the question is, what happens next? Because the next thing you see, you flash forward to 3 weeks later and John is in prison. This makes no sense. Grey Worm has just executed half the city. And you think Grey Worm's not going to run in and try to kill John? Like right then, that instant? The dragon has already flown away with Dany's body. There's nothing to stop him. Why doesn't he just run in and spear John through the chest? That's what you would expect to happen. And
if they understand John as a successor to the throne, and he's obviously a really important guy, maybe you capture him and put him in prison. There's all sorts of reason you don't just immediately murder someone who has noble blood. Like, this is sort of well understood, I thought anyway. Grey Worm would need a reason to kill him, not just vengeance for Dany, right? And Grey Worm is a loyal soldier who just obeys people. That would be him like sort of taking charge of his own thing. And I don't know, was Grey Worm the one who even found him? I don't remember that. But I don't like this where he's just complaining about how it should have been written, because if Ben had written it, would have been even worse.
even that would have made a certain amount of sense if Sansa had then arrived and fought Grey Worm or something. But instead, we just fast forward to 3 weeks later, and everybody's just having a meeting for no reason.
For no reason. They need to figure out what to do with the kingdom, Ben. That was the reason.
So here, I'll tell you what should have happened after I tell you what does happen. We've finished reviewing.
I can't wait to hear Ben's version of the ending. He'll fix it for us, everyone. Oh, this is fun. This is better than a critique. This is him just writing fanfic.
The episode. So Jon ends up in prison, and Tyrion's in prison too. And then suddenly we're 3 weeks later, and Tyrion is brought forth, and there's this council. And the council is basically Sansa Stark and all of her family members. Right? It's the Tullys, who you'll recall are the relatives of her mother, and it is the Arryns, who are also relatives of her mother. So it's like her
relatives of her mother. In other words, her birth family. She was born to the Tullys, and the Arryns were related to them by marriage. Her sisters, Lisa, was married into the Arryn family. I haven't seen this show in years, and I remember this stuff. Ben, come on, you could have remembered it for the next day.
Her mom's entire family is now the only powerful people in Westeros. And Tyrion comes.
The Arryns are a distinct family, actually. They're like in-laws to the Tully family. So yeah. Also, Sansa is a Stark. Like, she's not there representing her mother's family. She's there as a Stark. So the Stark, Tullys, and Arryns are like three of the biggest houses in Westeros. Each of them have like ruling domains. So it's like three separate powers that have seized the throne. Yeah, that's what happened. Ben didn't get that though. He thinks it's one group.
Out, and Grey Worm shows up, and Grey Worm's like, well, we're not going to let Jon go. We want to execute him. And Sansa's like, well, if you execute him, we're going to go to war with you. And their agreement is that we are going to send Jon north to the Wall. Okay, this is the problem. If Jon wanted to take the crown and then abdicate and say, listen, I don't want any part of this. I've been too messed up by this, like Frodo at the end of Lord of the Rings. I got to go north of the Wall. I'm not interested. That would make some sense. He is the rightful heir. Instead, he's getting negotiated over by Grey Worm, who is at best a secondary character, and Sansa Stark, who ends up ruling the North for no... Okay, so we'll get...
He's falling apart here. I don't think he really seems to understand what was going on. But anyway, go ahead.
To what should have happened, as I say in a second. So, there's this council, and the council's all sitting there, and they're like, oh, who should we make the king? And the only funny moments of this, by the way, is when Sam proposes a democracy, and then all of the lords are like, ha ha ha, we have an electoral college here. That was pretty great, I will admit, because...
I don't think they were an electoral... A better metaphor wouldn't have been an electoral college. It would have been wealthy landowners. It'd be like the British Reform Act of the 19th century, where only the rich people got to vote. As to see, right? Like it's the electoral college is voted on, right? They're elected, and then they make the decision. It's like a weird formality, but that's not what happens at the end of Game of Thrones. It's more akin to the upper class deciding rather than a weird arcane procedure.
My great fear was that it was going to be like, let all the people vote. Listen, in real life, I'm a big fan of all the people voting. In fantasy fiction, how anticlimactic would it be if they're like, we have to let all the people vote, and then all the people vote for like whoever's the reality TV star of the day. But
woof. How bad would it have been if they had gone through to a real democracy? I guess that would have been less believable. I don't know why they would have voted for a reality TV star, but I think that would have been interesting, to show how democracy would play out in a culture not dominated by mass media. But sure.
But who do they decide on? So here's who they don't decide on. They don't decide on Sansa, who's sitting right there, happens to be Queen of the North, also is the legitimate heir to Jon. Right? Jon is the rightful king. If Jon is not the king, who is the legitimate heir to Jon? Well, she, presumably, as Queen of the North would be, because Bran has declared himself unavailable for this...
So this doesn't make sense. The only reason Jon is an heir to the throne is because of his Targaryen blood. Sansa's not his actual sister. That was like... Jon posed as her brother because Ed pretended he was his bastard son when he was actually his sisters, right? So he's actually cousins with Sansa. That's his claim to the North. But Sansa has zero claim, unless we're going to pretend like Joffrey, like because she was married to him, like as his wife, except she was basically kicked to the curb. I think her claim just vanishes then. But anyway, this is why monarchies are dumb, because they're decided by bloodline. And the whole point of the show is like, isn't it dumb that we're deciding based on bloodline, who rules things? So if Jon took over, it would kind of just be like, oh, wait, I guess we are just going to let bloodlines take over. It would have really undercut the themes of the show. Not that Ben seems to get that.
Job, right? Bran goes back to Winterfell at some point earlier, and he's the rightful heir, and he's like, I don't want it, I'm not interested in it. But it's not going to go to Sansa. Tyrion is like, everything is built around stories. Everything is built, we need a story to sell to the people. And who has a better story than Bran? And I'm sitting there going, everyone. Every single person who is sitting there, including Edmund Tully, has a better story than Bran.
So not true. I mean, yeah, Bran went up north and became like one with the trees and traveled through space and time, even though he's like got broken legs. How boring. Who cares about his story? To be fair, he's way more interesting in the book than the show.
Bran's story is he was thrown out of a tower, and then people sledded him around for 7 seasons, and now he's here. I'll get to Bran in a second. So everybody on the council is like, yeah, you know what? Great idea. Let's make it Bran. Let's make it the most useless person in all 7 seasons of Game of Thrones to this point. That guy. Let's make it him. Except for Sansa. And Sansa says, yeah, not into it. Number 1, dude can't have kids. Number 2, no. Just no. Not going to do that. I'm going independent. My favorite part of it...
I hate it when he tries to sound fun and cool, because he's just not. He's like... He's trying to like make her sound like a normal person, but he's not good at it. Sure. Oh yeah, someone pointed out that the marriage between Sansa and Joffrey was never consummated. Good point. I forgot that. She was married to Tyrion, and Joffrey married... didn't he marry Marjorie? I think that's how it went. So yeah, she's like nothing to the Iron Throne. She's only got a claim to the North then. Because although she never consummated with Tyrion either, did she? So she... it was Ramsay who was her eventual husband. What a horrible moment that was on the show.
This is that Asha Greyjoy is sitting right there, and she's got to be thinking to herself, why didn't I do that? Like, how does she get out of this, but I don't get out of this? How is that a real thing? And everybody else says, yeah, let's make it Bran for no reason at all. Not Arya, who has killed the Night King.
Why would Arya? She has zero capacity to lead. Arya's good at fighting, so she should be our leader. Okay, Ben.
Learned to shapeshift. Is a member of the Stark family who is not the Three-Eyed Raven. Not her. Not Sansa, who runs a kingdom up north. Not Jon, who is still sitting in prison and is the only true heir to the throne. Right? He's the only Targaryen, and he's a Stark. He's the only heir to the throne. No, we're going to banish Jon to the north for no reason at all. And then, I guess the idea was that he has to be banished to the north because they made a deal with the Unsullied. Except the Unsullied leave. Right? The Unsullied go to Narth. So at that point, wouldn't you see Sansa going, you know who'd be the true king right now? That guy. Nope, Sansa's like, you know what? Sorry I couldn't do anything about you being banished to the north. Where I'm the queen. And she could just be like, yeah, you know, Jon, you could like be on the throne. Like that would be a thing. Nope, they banish him to the north. So Arya goes and plays Columbus.
God, he's so boring. Saying Arya plays Columbus. I sure as hell hope not, because Arya was one of my favorite. I hope she just doesn't like sail around enslaving people. That would suck.
Colonizer Arya, who's I guess now our favorite character. She's bringing Westerosi civilization to unknown lands. And then you get Bran.
I don't think he understands that Westeros was also colonized. Like, I don't know. He probably hasn't read the books, but that's like part of it. They mention it in the show, don't they? Like the first men, and before them there were the Children of the Forest. And then after the first men, it was like the Andals. It was like different waves of immigration, and it was like indigenous people gradually getting killed and waves of colonizers being replaced. It's super interesting, actually. Sure. But go on, Ben.
And sitting there. How useless is Bran? In his first council meeting, his advisors are sitting around talking about, okay, we need a sewage system. We also need to rebuild our military, and also we need to rebuild our navy. And Bran is like, okay, you guys all do that. I'm gonna go over here and smoke some weed, basically. Whatever happened to that dragon, I don't know. I'm gonna go over here and warg. Gotta fly like a bird, man. Just like at the Battle of Winterfell. Gotta fly like
Maybe he's gonna turn into a bird and find the dragon or something. I don't know.
a useless person. So here's what should have happened.
He's so happy with himself. Look at him like making these jokes, and he's so like, I'm so funny. But he's just like bombing hard. This is kind of bad. Someone wants us to go even quicker. Can we go quicker? We can. There we go. Let's end this quick.
What should have happened? You could even have Bran be king. What should have happened?
Ooh, what should have happened? All right. I really want to hear this fanfic. This is why I'm here. Also, we can end this poll. We know he hated it. So like, I can't wait to hear Ben. I love Ben's writing. He's just so insane. Let's go. Fanfic Ben.
Is that after Jon kills Daenerys, before the dragon picks up Dany's body and leaves, Jon should have hopped onto the back of the dragon. The Unsullied come charging up through the door. They're about to kill Jon, except that Jon is now on top of the greatest killing machine in the history of Westeros. And he says, and then you fade to black, because it is obvious that Jon is now the king. Or Jon is on top of the dragon, and then you hear a horn from outside, because remember, Varys sent his little birds all over to let everyone know that Jon is the actual heir to the throne. Everyone is supposed to know this already. Sansa arrives from the north. Now the Unsullied are trapped in the middle, and they just surrender. And then Jon says to Sansa and Bran and Tyrion, I can't do this, I'm out. You know, I had to kill this woman.
The Unsullied, famously known for surrendering. Why would Jon seize all that power and then say, I'm gonna let go? It's weird.
That I loved, and I've been too ruined by all of this, I need to go north and find my dog. And then he gives it to Bran. Then you have the same council scene all that time. The problem is, by robbing Jon of his agency, it makes him a pathetic character. He's a loser who has to kill the only woman he's interested in, who happens to be his aunt. And then he gets imprisoned by a eunuch. And then he gets sent against his will back to the north of the wall. None of that makes any sense at all. Okay, fine.
So if it ends with Jon deciding he's going to abdicate the throne and give it up, that completely undercuts the whole idea of, standing up against a monarchy, right? If we're like, monarchy only ends when the king decides he doesn't want to do it anymore. What a depressing message that is. Like, oh my God. We're just sitting around waiting for the king to get tired. Well, that's awful. But it sounds like Ben, that's like an arrangement I feel like Ben would be good with. Like, oh yeah, we should let the king decide whether or not he wants to rule us. It's only fair.
Final take on this.
Final take. There's still 5 minutes.
I will say, I have an alternative theory. Not everybody's gonna like this, but here's my alternative theory. It's my Jar Jar Binks is a Sith theory. Okay, my theory is that Bran is the most evil person in Westeros. Because it turns out that Bran...
Let's hold. Does everyone remember Joffrey or Ramsay and all the horrible things they did, or Daenerys when he just was talking about how she nuked like 1 million people in King's Landing? But hey, I want to hear how his fun, based on his laughter, he thinks fun take on Bran being the most evil.
Can see the future. There's a scene at the council meeting where they're like, Bran, do you want to be the king? And Bran's like, why do you think I came all this way? In other words, I knew it was going to happen the whole time. Okay, so let's assume he knew it was going to happen the whole time. Here are the things that Bran did. He's a bad guy. If Bran knew what was going to happen the whole time, he is a bad, bad man. So what are all the things? One, he abandons Rickon. You remember, he had a brother named Rickon. And he could go back with Rickon to Winterfell. Instead, he's like, you know what? Not interested. Out. Rickon goes back. Rickon gets killed. He's like, I'm going to take these two people, my two friends here. We're going to go north.
I think that was before he got his like future sight power, right? Like before he could see the future. I thought he like got that power when he got to the tree. He was only a warg when Rickon and he separated. If he knew his brother was going to die, I feel like he would have said something. But also, it's implied quite heavily that once he makes that connection and becomes like gets this future sight, he understands that he's like caught up in like the currents of time and can't control everything. He's not that sort of guy. He's not Paul and Dune, basically.
North of the wall because I'm having these weird visions. Okay, he goes north of the wall, gets dragged around on a sled, gets one of them killed, gets Hodor killed, and then treats the woman who's carrying him around, I can't remember her name, Mira? He treats her like garbage, to the point where she's like, why are you treating me badly? He's like, I'm not Bran anymore. I'm the three-eyed raven, unless I decide to become king, in which case I'm Bran again. He gets rid of her. Battle of Winterfell happens. He does nothing. 0 things does he do during the Battle of Winterfell.
What was Bran supposed to do during that fight? Also, if he knew Jon was going to win, he probably didn't have to do anything. All right.
He's like, I'm going to sit here in my chair, not going to do anything. I'm just going to sit here, and am I going to warg into one of the dragons? Nope. Am I going to tell Theon what to do so he can save his life?
Maybe he can't warg into one of the dragons.
Nope. I'm going to be like, Theon, you're a good man. Go charge at that guy uselessly and get stabbed. Well done, Bran. And Theon's like, well, you could do something. He's like, nope, I'm turning into birds for no reason.
He gave Theon like some absolution at the end. It was sort of over for Theon one way or the other. It's kind of a lame scene, I guess, but he doesn't even seem to understand what the point was.
Just birds, man. Gotta fly like a bird. So Bran is totally useless during the Battle of Winterfell.
What is this anti-bird shit, by the way? He's like, who wouldn't want to be a bird? Has he got a problem with birds? God, all this anti-bird stuff really bugs me.
Tells Jon about his lineage for no reason. For no reason. Imagine he doesn't tell Jon about his lineage. Jon marries Dany happily ever after, right? But he tells Jon about his lineage. So now Jon knows his lineage. But he doesn't tell Jon that Dany's going to go crazy, which apparently he already knows, or at least has a good sense of, which would have been helpful before 1 million people were burned to death in King's Landing. He then accepts the crown. But after accepting the crown, he doesn't accept the crown and go, and you know what? The true heir is Jon. Jon is the king. Instead, he's like, I'm the king now. Okay, I guess I'll stick with this deal. Jon goes north. He lets his sister go independent, right? He's like, okay, well, Sansa, she's going to go independent. That's fine. She gets to take the north. Totally cool. Asha Greyjoy, you stay in. You ain't going nowhere, sister. And then finally, he lets the council handle the sewage and military problems while he puffs the magic dragon. So Bran is actually an evil genius. This is my theory. He's like a Sith Lord. He's an
I think this is just a bad theory that Bran just set this up so he would be like living large, I guess. If he could see the future though, and like, why wouldn't he like predict the fact that he was going to make that fall?
evil genius. He let the Night King do what he wanted to do for several seasons, so the Night King would take out 2 dragons, making it possible for him to take the crown after the 3rd dragon couldn't burn Jon. So it was disappointing. Again, all of it would have been okay if they had let Jon be the character that he was the first few seasons, which is a guy who reluctantly is forced into a position of leadership. But having Jon be imprisoned by people is so dumb. It's so dumb. And I guess...
Remember when Jon had to go up to to the wall of the first season, and now Ben seems to be upset that he didn't choose to go up to the wall. I mean, he still kind of chose, didn't he? But yeah, this is really bad. I've always hated this kind of media criticism where someone just writes a fanfic of how things should have went. It's like, you're not really engaging with the material. You're just like giving us an opportunity to judge your really bad fan fiction. And that's all this video really is. There's zero analysis, zero understanding. Like all his videos, I guess.
Tyrion gets what he deserves, sort of. Sansa is the only person really... By the way, at the end of if there were another season of Game of Thrones, you know who becomes the queen of all Westeros, right? Sansa. Because Bran, when he dies, who's the only legitimate heir? Sansa, who also happens to have the...
Remember when they chose Bran? Like, they voted for him, and like that was the new thing, and he seems to think that the whole lineage thing is gonna hold. Like, no, like that was the point. It was ending monarchy, or at least having some kind of democracy. They chose Bran, and they're gonna choose their next leader. I thought that was implied, and I feel bad that I'm like defending this show I did not even enjoy, just because he brings it out of me with his bad media analysis.
Only independent army, and all of whose relatives sit on that council, and happens to be married to the Hand of the King, right? She's still married to Tyrion. So there's that. All right, so was it a thing I like or a thing I hate? It was mostly a thing that...
Still married to Tyrion. That was never consummated, Ben. Come on, get it together.
Was kind of pissed about. You know, overall, the series is still great. I'm just angry that in the end, they rob the only hero who is left of his agency in the show. The only thing that he does that is worthwhile is he kills Dany, which is sad, but then he proceeds to become a loser who's sent back north of the wall the way that he was when he was a kid, which is irritating.
Wow, that was abrupt. But sure, that was bad. He didn't seem to really engage with the material in a meaningful way. He just really wanted to tell us his little fanfic, which sucked. Like, I wouldn't want to watch that version of Game of Thrones. Okay. Does anyone have any final thoughts on Ben Shapiro's lack of understanding of Game of Thrones before we move on? I feel like do we want another meter review, or do we want to get to the actual TV? Let's do the show, actually. What am I saying? We've done enough. We can do a little more. We can come back to this media analysis thing. But I think it's time to get to the Kevin Sorbo portion of the stream. Watching the first episode of the Potwins. And there we go. Quarantine. That's what it's called. And we got our boy here, Kevin Sorbo, looking thoughtful. There's Barry Bostwick with him. And you might notice this has been viewed 14 times. So not a lot of people have seen this one. And there is like a Vimeo page here if you're curious. I don't know why this dude made these public, because I think he wants to sell these. I haven't watched this episode, so I don't know what it's gonna be like. All right, I don't know. If it gets really bad or problematic, I might have to elect to end it. But here we go. I also like the idea that this is so little viewed that I'm effectively going to let's do some quick math. It's like gonna have 30 times the views now, just by me clicking play. What power? The power through my hands right now. Let's get a full screen. And yeah, this is called Quarantine. So it's going to be about the quarantine. And if you want your sitcom to age really quickly, make it about the quarantine. For those who don't remember, cast your mind back to the video I made about the Free Lunch Express movie about Bernie Sanders and how that really sucked. This is by the same people. They made a sitcom called The World According to Billy Potwin. It was a pilot. It didn't do it actually did very well. It actually got hundreds of thousands of views. And it starred Kevin Sorbo about a family growing up in like this crazy liberal world. And they're like conservatives, just trying to get by, just trying to survive. But the left won't let them. The dad is, I believe, Nate Potwin is his name. And his son, Billy, is this precocious right-winger who his sister compares him to Hitler a lot. That's not super far off because he's a bad kid. It's like he's supposed to be one of those like boy geniuses, but he's actually just insufferable. And there's the grandpa played by Barry Bostwick, who's like this old like hippie type guy, but it's just like a character, obviously. His sister, who is also kind of, or I should say, the daughter of Nate Potwin, sister of Billy, she's like more left-leaning, a lot, but also she's not as smart as her brother, even though she's like 10 years older. And then there's the mother, and we'll notice quite quickly that she's not going to be in this, because I glanced at the IMDb. Apparently the mother of the Potwin clan did not make the cut. Sad. But here we go, the Potwins. Are you all ready? Let's go. What a shot. The first shot is like Trump and Reagan. Trump has supplanted Reagan. That's like really symbolic, isn't it? That's Billy Potwin, by the way, who is the producer's son. That's how he got the role. He's got a CV, apparently. Why is this slowing down? I don't know what just happened here. Did he get taken offline?
If you can hear this, I'm the last of the ones.
Okay, Vimeo is real slow, so we're gonna be able to watch it. It's just we might get a few little breaks like that, and I'll try and talk over it. And you see, he's like, oh, he's like a survivor in the apocalypse. I feel like this is gonna be some really great commentary on the pandemic.
Door, you little...
There's the sister. There's the grandfather.
Don't know how much longer I can hold on.
Open the door, you little...
Pray for me.
Dad.
And there's Sorbo herself.
Hey, Billy, can you please open the door?
He's an animal.
Sounded more reptilian, didn't it?
Come on, son, let's talk about
Reptiles
this
are
before
animals.
things get out of hand. Billy?
Precious.
Open the door, you little
Precious.
Okay, there was our first joke. Did you guys get that joke? So the joke was the toilet paper. I guess he was in the washroom and he had the last bit of toilet paper because remember when toilet paper was in really short supply after, well, like during the pandemic in the very beginning days, and everyone's like, I'm gonna buy some toilet paper. And like, so the ring, that's why there was a Gollum reference. It was the ring of toilet paper because the toilet paper roll. I'm explaining this joke and you're all, I hope, getting it and getting why this thing is aging very poorly. Wow. That's the problem with making something topical and not having a plan to get it on the air immediately. Because when it's stuck and you're trying to sell it to people, it gets a little tough when it's so topical, and it now seems passé. Thank you so much, Black Mega Man. This looks like something NC would make. Yikes. Who's NC? I feel like I should know who that is. But yeah, that was how it introduced. Imagine that being the start of your show, by the way. Like, this is the big joke we want to open on. Just like, bam, bam. Oh, Nostalgia Critic. I've actually never watched Nostalgia Critic. Do I need to get the Paul Joseph Watson tweet about the right getting better at comedy? It always applies, doesn't it? Another old radio. What is with these old radios?
Have I ever told you that the key to making the perfect omelet is you speak French to it?
A gazillion times.
Oh, okay. Je suis un bon commandant. C'est vrai.
Yeah, that's just plain strange.
I think that was meant to be funny. But let's take a moment to like acknowledge these people. We got Barry Bostwick over there making the omelet. He's the grandpa, muttering something in French. He's supposed to be an old hippie, right? You might remember him from Spin City. He was also in the Rocky Horror Picture Show. They also spelt his name wrong in the credits to the very first, the pilot episode for the series, so that was fun. I hope they spell it right for this one. I can't remember the sister's name. It's something Fisher. She was, I believe, on Degrassi. I know she's a Canadian actress. She's actually a pretty good actress, I think. I don't know why she's in this. Maybe she's lost a bet. But yeah, she's nice and likable, but not all that bright because she's on the left. And of course, there's Billy Potwin, who I've already described. But I just figured we'd like point out the other two members of the principal cast now that we have them on screen here. Yeah, I don't know why Billy's hair is so greasy either. Someone mentioned that. It's really slick.
Police action. Cool.
Just happy to see the cops, of course.
This is the last one, right?
Affirmative.
Okay, let's do this.
These are the least believable cops I've ever seen.
Oh, hey, Andy, Donna. You collecting for the Christmas fund already? Coming in, I'll get my checkbook.
We can't enter your domicile, sir.
Sir, you were just here Tuesday night for our weekly poker game, and I believe you called me dickhead for taking all your money.
That was before I realized you were a public health threat.
A public health threat?
Sounded like a gun, but I don't see a gun. But I feel like we're gonna get some nice commentary on COVID.
Sir, there's been an outbreak of measles in the community, and you
Measles?
and or your family have been identified as potential contagioners.
A spreader.
What?
Look, according to your records, you were never vaccinated.
Oh, wait, how did you get my health records?
How would you not get vaccinated for measles? Don't you need that for a public school? But I guess they're not going to be talking about COVID specifically. They want to have a nice timeless feel. So we're going to be talking about measles. It's still anti-vax though. Measles, one of course, one of the oldest vaccines, well proven to be safe and effective. This is what goes wrong when you try to make a contemporary analog to something that happened in the past, because people try to hide behind the fact that since the COVID vaccine is new, it might be dangerous and I don't want to be tested on, blah, 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 blah. I think it's clearly been established that it's a perfectly safe vaccine, obviously. Otherwise, there'd be like thousands of people dropping dead from it, which isn't happening. And that's like the newness is what is the guise for that anti-vax sentiment. Once you get rid of the newness, you have to invent a new reason to be anti-vax. So maybe they'll have a good reason why someone wouldn't get a measles vaccine. But like in the year of 2021 or 2020 when this was made, how could you not have a vaccine, or how can you not be vaccinated for measles? It's like saying I didn't even get vaccinated for polio. It's like, wow, one of the safest vaccines, but sure.
The plus side, your cholesterol levels are pretty damn good.
Thanks.
Look, sir, I'm gonna have to place you and yours under quarantine.
What the hell does that mean?
Nobody comes and goes from this domicile until further notice.
No, I have to get to work. And Megan.
Remember when the cops forcibly put people in quarantine? Remember that never happened ever? But that was like a super big talking point from the right. Like, oh no, they're going to lock us in our own homes. Except that never happened.
Megan's got college and Billy's got a presentation today at school.
Sorry, Nate, but you are officially quarantined.
Okay, what if I just ignored this order?
I stop you. You resist, I shoot you, etc.
You'd shoot me.
Well, at the very least, I'd tase you.
You'd tase me?
It's better than being shot.
I'd mace you. And don't you think from
So while that's buffering, let's just take a moment to appreciate how realistic these cops are. They're just going to crack this guy's head open for not listening. This has all of a sudden become a very left-leaning show to show us the boot of oppression that the cops are. Of course, I feel like they're trying to say that they're the unwitting stooges of the state, and they're actually probably decent people. I think that's the real subtext here. But even so, let's enjoy this moment of this brief moment of anti-cop sentiment from this sitcom. Is the buffering over?
1 second that I wouldn't.
I believe you.
You want me to call Deshaun?
No. This was supposed to be our big Pastel Week kickoff.
So Deshaun is his employee at the paint store he runs. He had a really bad scene in the pilot episode about trying to track people into saying something that might make them feel uncomfortable because he's black, and you can't say the word black around a black person or else they'll think you're a racist. It was pretty bad. And he said Pastel Week because they're selling pastel colors paints, I guess, for this week. Who cares? Doesn't matter. Let's move on. Also, they got rid of the Hispanic cashier who worked at the paint shop. That's another bit of casting updates for anyone who remembered that first stream.
This is so ridiculous.
What's going on out there? They discover your meth lab?
This is serious. All right, we're under quarantine.
And what does that mean exactly?
In police and various other authoritarian jargon, we can't go out and nobody can come in.
It's weird that he connects quarantine to the police because it's actually a medical thing. Quarantine is primarily used by healthcare practitioners. Cops can sometimes enforce quarantines, but it's not like a police initiative. Or I guess it's technically an authoritarian move, but it's like in terms of public interest. Also, if you don't get a measles vaccine, they're not going to quarantine you. That just doesn't happen.
Wait, what?
Billy's right. We can't leave the house.
I have rehearsal.
I guess this is the thing she's in.
I'm sorry, sweetheart. But until we figure this out, you can't.
I don't know what that is. Was that just like a shot at Cirque du Soleil? I don't like Cirque du Soleil, but like, sure. That was just a weird cutaway. I feel like, what is this? Is this like going to be, I don't know, like some Family Guy thing? Oh, God. Terrifying.
Go.
And for anyone else, that was a joke. If you see something that's like confusing, you're like, is this joke? It's meant to be a joke. And I don't hate French Canadians. I just don't like Cirque du Soleil. Leave me alone.
The man finally tracked you down. I knew they would eventually. All those rants on Facebook, huh?
Well, the reason we're in.
They're chasing him down for. He actually rents on Twitter, Barry Bostwick, and according to Kevin Sorbo, it's not him who tweets out that dumb shit. It's his son. I still remember that interview I did where he threw his son under the bus saying that. That's a real quote. He's like, my son manages my Twitter account, and he's more to the right than I am. Nice try, Kevin Sorbo.
Quarantine is because I was never vaccinated for measles as a child. And I wonder whose fault that would be.
Oh, chill. I wasn't gonna let the man stick a needle in you when you were just a little baby.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. So it was the grandfather here who did not get his son vaccinated. So Barry Bostwick. There's some interesting commentary there about how the anti-vax thing is often associated with the left, or used to be. Now it's like entirely owned by the right. But that's actually not true. It was actually kind of 50-50. If you look at a lot of polling before COVID, when you look at the political leanings of who would be anti-vax, you did have that sort of like crunchy granola natural vibe where, oh, you can't put chemicals in the baby because that's not natural. And that's something you would see on the left. But you'd also get like a religious variant as well, where they're like, we don't need vaccines. We just need to pray over our child. And they're both wrong, by the way. Look at me being in the middle here, saying whether you're on the left or right, being anti-vax is bad. It unnecessarily puts children at risk. This is the most interesting thing I've ever seen come out of an entertainment product by these people. I'm like so anxious to see where the show goes, if they'll follow up on this very interesting germ of an idea of where like anti-vax coming from the left-wing father now is Nate going to be like, oh, I wish I had been vaccinated. I realized I missed out on so much and now I'm being quarantined. Will we see this? Probably not, but I dare to dream.
Well, now I'm missing Pastel Week, so thank you very much.
Oh, Pastel Week is something to be avoided like the plague. Or measles in this case.
Yikes. That's a really bad joke. I guess they're not going to go anywhere with it. Also, leftists famously hate pastels. I'm glad they got that one down. It's one of the things we're most known well for our hatred of pastels when they're spread across an entire week.
Bad question.
What is it?
Am I vaccinated?
Or me?
Ooh, it's come full circle.
Your mom didn't believe in vaccines.
Oh, it was the dead mother is getting thrown under the bus. And here we go. Daniel mentioning your stepdad being far left and never being anti-vax. I'm not saying people on the far left are inherently anti-vax, but there is a strain of anti-vax within the far left. That's interesting that he doesn't want the COVID vaccine. But yeah. Here we go. Let's keep going. How no one is vaccinated and it's an intergenerational problem. Fascinating commentary.
What? That's so irresponsible.
She's right.
Let's just make the best of a bad situation.
Oh.
Look, none of us expected this today, so let's try to make the most of our time together, okay? It's great.
Easier said
Don't
than...
even talk to me.
C'est la guerre.
Now, there are fears that the virus outbreak could become a pandemic.
This is a time for all countries, communities, families.
So
I guess we're going to see them being quarantined. They wanted to have a timeless feel, so they're not... I'm sorry to hear that, Daniel. I hope they do all right. I have some people in my family who are sadly anti-vax, and like I have an uncle who's a bit too old to not be an anti-vax, and it's worrying, and it sucks having family members like that, because even if we can get vaccinated, I don't want to see people I care about be exposed to a horrible virus. And yeah, I think those are meant to be Birkenstocks. Someone mentioned he had dirty socks. Birkenstocks are what like hippies stereotypically wear. They're like dirty, like hemp shoes or something. I don't know. I've never worn a Birkenstock in my life. What the hell do I know? The editing is overshadowed by some high school art projects. Yeah, I can believe that. This is pretty boring. Oh God, that sucks, Aaron. I hope your grandmother is going to be okay. Let's keep going. Hour 1 of the lockdown for these folks.
what do you guys want to watch?
I'm thinking Fox News.
Trump doesn't even watch them anymore.
You are not in charge of the remote.
Fine.
Of course, the kid wants Fox News because he's a pest.
Let's binge Orange is the New Black. Right?
It's a show about lesbians in prison.
I could watch that.
That's, I don't know. I mean, I've watched Orange is the New Black. Calling it a show about lesbians in prison, of course, is dumb. I think the grandpa being into it is kind of funny if you like the horny old grandpa trope. I don't know. Whatever. Also, why I feel like someone the age of the daughter wouldn't be into Orange is the New Black. And I guess that show hasn't been current for years, has it? It feels kind of out of time. Like the window for talking about Orange is the New Black as a cultural phenomenon and the COVID pandemic don't overlap. That's kind of why it's a bit incongruous to mention them in the context of this show. But I feel like that is sort of like a hallmark of conservative comedy, is to be a couple of years behind the times.
Sorry, that's not for me.
Oh, now you're anti-orange all of a sudden. Yeah,
That's
okay. PB.
Suddenly rent. It's a Trump joke. Get it? That's actually not too bad. Hey, this show's winning me over. I feel like we're getting closer to comedy here. I guess it was just there to make the Trump jokes, which is fine, I guess.
Yes, is having a fundraiser with old Lawrence Welk shows.
Hard pass.
Wait, how about reruns of the Andy Griffith Show?
A
Boring.
50-year-old black and white show about a racist town in the South. Seriously, Dad?
Racist?
Simpsons reruns?
Was the Andy Griffith Show racist? I've never actually watched it. Maybe I'll do a retrospective of how the Andy Griffith Show is racist to vindicate this person. I can't even remember what her name is. What is the name of the Potwin sister? I'm going to look that up right now. Because I feel like just naming her, referring to her as Megan Potwin. The actress is Sarah Fisher. I think, it's just that it's all white people would be the critique, I guess. But that's a very boring critique, because that's every show from you go to the start of the 1990s, even the 2000s to some degree. And shows are very homogeneous. It's either a white show or a black show or like a Hispanic show or an Asian show. You don't get a lot of mixing, unfortunately, in many sitcoms. It's one thing that kind of bums me out about covering older sitcoms on the channel. Like, they're either very white or they're, the ethnic show, which is just, let's mix it up. Let's see a vision of the world where we see people of different cultures interacting. I think that's more interesting. Anyway, let's see what they're eventually going to watch here, because Billy just mentioned The Simpsons. I want to see how, no doubt, that Megan is going to call it racist because of Apu, which is true, by the way.
Been there, done that.
Family Guy?
Never.
Okay, been there, done that. Simpsons is still a great show, even though Apu is a racist caricature. Or at least I have a lot of fondness for those early seasons, and it was actually really smart. And if Billy mentions Family Guy, I need to hear this reaction.
Never been funny.
South Park?
Sophomore.
Rick and Morty?
All of the above.
Okay.
So he hates all the cartoons, I guess, which I'm sort of on board with all of that. Like, yeah, I would never watch Family Guy and Rick and Morty. Oh my God, please no. Please no. If you want to see a good cartoon show that's like Rick and Morty but doesn't suck, watch Lower Decks. You kind of have to be a Star Trek nerd, but it's a lot of fun. Okay. Someone saying I'm getting canceled for saying ick to ethnic shows. I don't have an issue with ethnic shows. I just think the segregation is the problem when it's the only thing you do. Oh, BoJack Horseman, another good one. Watch that. Although it's a heavy watch. It's a heavy watch.
Stop!
What are they going to watch? Watch Hercules.
What are we going to watch?
Or Andromeda. Or some other show Kevin Sorbo. Dharma and Greg, he was on that too for like a few moments. But I feel like we're going to get an answer to what they're going to watch here.
57 channels with nothing on.
seems bored, huh? Ooh, cat videos. That's a good call. Hour 2. I would watch cat videos. Oh, watch God's Not Dead. That would be funny. Watching people sleep is really fun. What the hell was that? What did this just become? I appreciate the art chops there, I guess. They dared to be different. Certainly not funny, just weird. Lighthalcyon. If you're curious, we were watching a sitcom called The Potwin, starring Kevin Sorbo. This is the very first episode. It's only been watched 14 times before, so we're effectively multiplying it by like 40, the number of people who watch this. Actually closer to 30. But hey, it's not very good. It's about a family dealing with the quarantine. It's a conservative comedy, so your mileage may vary on the amount of humor you'll find here. The Potwin Bunker. Okay, what weird. I appreciate that the bread is labeled Jewish rye. Okay. Do they sell rye bread like that? Do they just label it Jewish rye? I've never bought rye bread. That seems weird. It seems very weird. Also, we got black beans, some creamy peanut butter. These are not store labels, are they? Because, like, you shouldn't do that. That's why most of them are turned away, right? If you show a label on camera, there's like a whole thing about that. And yeah, you can see the tape over the label there. So maybe it is a real label they're covering up. And they scratched out the label on the black beans. No free rides, right? Black beans, see, we're not racist. Yeah, maybe. Although we can tell that's a Campbell's can of soup, so they should have turned that a little bit more. Come on, guys. You're gonna get in trouble. The Campbell's people are gonna, well, no one's gonna see this. Well, they are now. Oh no. Hopefully they won't get sued by Campbell's because of me. Semi-proud parent. Okay. Why is he? Oh, I guess he's breaking out.
What are you doing?
Nothing.
You're up to something.
Can't a guy take a walking tour of his own kitchen without getting the 3rd degree? Jeez.
God, this acting is something else, huh?
Where's all the peanut butter?
Did you eat all the peanut butter?
That's not what I said.
Maybe Grandpa got the munchies.
It's weird that you can see the flashing lights from a cop car, like right here. I guess they're just running that the whole time during this lockdown.
There's no food.
Yeah, I'd go to the grocery store, but unlike you, I don't have a car. And oh yeah, we're under quarantine.
Wait, we're not gonna starve to death, are we?
Oh, not.
So he took all the food for himself, right? Very giving. He clearly cares about his family, especially his sister who just mentioned she's worried they might starve. But yeah, this is like, I don't even know what to make of that scene. It was just really bad acting and like the weird tense soundtrack. For someone asking, this is his sister, Megan, and the boy is Billy. Oh, because he's a hippie, get it?
Ben, I can't do this, okay? I can't spend this much time with my family.
If I had a nickel.
Why doesn't he just go to a different room? If he's like getting so annoyed by his dad doing his meditation, just go to a different room, dude. But yeah, now he's talking. Why don't you just go outside? I guess they can't leave the house. Whatever.
For every time someone said that.
No, I'm serious.
Well, the county health directive says you can get the shot.
Wait. You're not talking about a 50 caliber shot, are you? What?
Look, Nate, if you want your quarantine to end, you and yours need to get vaccinated.
Ben, I can't do this. I can't.
Weren't they talking about how they felt bad that they didn't get vaccinated? Like, Megan was upset she wasn't vaccinated. Billy seemed indifferent. Like, Nate initially seemed upset that his dad didn't vaccinate him. So, like, wouldn't they just mention this off the top?
Spend this much time with my family. As much as I've enjoyed spending this time with you, I'm proposing that we all get the vaccine so we can go back to business as usual.
And if I get the vaccine, you mean what exactly?
Dr. Herman.
Why is that? Why would you need to ask that? That's a really tough line to deliver.
Herman comes to the house, gives us all a shot, easy peasy.
That hair. I can't get over that hair. It's so greasy. He looks like a video game character.
A shot. With a needle.
Well, of course. I mean, what other kind of shot would we be talking about?
I'm in. If we hurry, I can still make rehearsal.
This Dr. Herman you speak so fondly of. How well do you know him?
Well, Daddy's our family physician. He took out your appendix last year.
Still.
Seems he's cozy with Bill Gates.
Oh, good, a Bill Gates reference. I don't know. This is like, I feel like this plot would have been resolved very quickly had they just shown up, the cops, showed up with the doctor being like, you got to get a vaccine. And they could have been like, does anyone want one? And like, at least one of them would have been cool with it. But here we go.
I'm pretty sure Dr. Herman doesn't move in those circles.
Last time I was in his office for a checkup, I noticed he uses a PC and not an Apple.
A Gates disciple, if I've ever heard one.
Can we just go ahead and get this vaccine? I can go to work, and then we can all get back to arguing over the usual stuff.
If you want Bill Gates to inject you full of monkey DNA and microchips, be my guest.
Yes.
Is Billy meant to be stupid now? Like, cause he was supposed to be like the smart conservative kid in the pilot, but now he sounds really dumb and I can't tell the difference. Cause he's agreeing with the grandpa who's definitely meant to be like the dumb leftist. And I get like, yeah, the left doesn't like Bill Gates, but not because of vaccines. It's more about like the rights of vaccines and ownership of it and how the privatization of vaccinations like the COVID vaccine make them more difficult to be accessible to the rest of the world that doesn't necessarily have a lot of resources. That would be a leftist critique of Bill Gates, not that the vaccine is filled with monkey DNA and microchips.
See, I didn't think I'd ever say this. I agree with young Trump.
Monkey DNA and microchips?
Yeah.
How else would the elite overlords devolve mankind to make us subservient and the government track our every move?
I don't like the sounds of that.
Oh, come on, sweetheart. Billy's just being hyperbolic as usual.
Whatever kind of bollock you want to call me, I'm out.
Billy,
You know, I can't believe that you would call your own son hyperbolic.
I guess that's meant to be funny.
I don't think they know what hyperbolic means.
Oh, they'll know what it means all right when they get it.
Get what now?
The bends. Because they're gonna have to use one of those hyperbolic chambers so that their blood doesn't explode.
Yikes.
Right.
I just want them bad boys.
Yikes at that. Just rapid fire jokes there. What is this? The Fox. I guess this is a theater. But it's looking to be booked for reasons. Where is this? I don't know, just this is strange architecture. Anyway, did anyone enjoy this joke? These jokes? I have not watched Moral Orel, sorry. And it might be interesting. I just want the Bad Boys. That was the song they went with. I didn't recognize that song. Yeah, I hope people aren't injuring themselves on the cringe. But let's go a little deeper into that. We're over halfway through this. Wow, it's really flying by, isn't it? Nothing's really happened. They just got locked in their homes. Oh, isn't that funny? So this is the paint shop. That's Deshawn, who's facing away from us. And this is the new receptionist, who's like the old one. And then that she's social media obsessed, as we can tell from this brief shot here. But it's a different actress.
Hello, Twins Paint.
Oh, she's also Hispanic. Okay. With a very clear accent.
Who's me?
If they went to the paint shop, why did they show us a shot of the theater? Wouldn't it have been better to show an exterior shot of the paint shop? Also, yes, it's nice to see some representation. Isn't it nice? Finally, the show went woke.
You late?
No, Nate. Your boss. I'm the one who hired you.
Hey, just because you're gonna be late doesn't mean you need to bark at me, okay?
Okay, that was a depiction of a Hispanic person. Woof. I don't know. I'm glad she like put Kevin Sorbo in his place, but did she have to do it in such a horribly stereotypical way? I also don't get the joke, but she doesn't understand English, I guess. Lovely.
I have to believe she does this on purpose.
Holy smoke. Not gonna lie, that sounds like it would be the name of a really bad, like, dispensary. I guess you don't have tons of those in the States yet. I don't know how many states have maybe legalized marijuana, but in Toronto and in Canada in general, there are a lot of dispensaries, and they have, like, terrible names like this. So, holy smoke. I can believe that. I can believe a dispensary is named that. Actually, my favorite name for a place that isn't a dispensary, it's actually a restaurant, but it's called Rolling Pot because it's supposed to be a kitchen pot, but it sounds like you're like rolling a joint. It's like a Chinese restaurant, I think. It's across the street from Pacific Mall for anyone who wants to know where it is. I don't even know if that place is still open, but I just remember thinking the sign was hilarious. Oh, he's got no toilet paper.
What the hell's the toilet paper?
He's got a magazine though, so he should be fine. That was a really gross cut because for all I knew, the grandpa was still in the washroom and we cut to the daughter, or I guess his granddaughter, coming in. Wow. He's already gone. I guess this is sometime later, but this could have been so much worse. Yeah, really bad editing there.
Seriously? Is it so damn hard to put down the seed?
A passage of time is what we needed to see there, but
Why are men so inconsiderate?
oh, he's hoarding everything in his room. That was the cold open, remember?
Because men are hunter-protectors. Being considerate isn't in our DNA.
Those are some bad bio truths from Billy.
What the heck? There were a dozen rolls yesterday.
Why are we hearing the sound effects? This directing is like really ominous and heavy. Like, I get it's going for a horror vibe, like a pandemic movie, but it's losing, well, I was going to say it's losing all the comedy, but like what comedy did it ever have, right? Okay. This is truly disturbing stuff.
I want to know what happened to the toilet paper and the tuna fish.
What? I know you did squirreled up in one of your little squirrel places.
Okay, yeah, let's all just pick on the youngest and weakest among us.
Please.
Sounds to me like it was an inside job. I blame the cat. They love tuna fish and routinely play with rolls of toilet paper.
Ooh, kid makes sense. Never trust a cat. And I thought their musical was very overrated.
We don't have a cat.
No?
Well, then I am fresh out of explanations.
I guess this is like Among Us. Everyone's all in the chat. Except we all know who it is, right? It's, they try to blame the cats, but it's, the horrible child.
We should get a cat. The
They should
ancient
get a
Egyptians
cat.
believe
Why
that they
not?
have mystical powers.
Really?
Shut up.
See, this is why dynasties die, because they put all of their eggs in the cat basket.
I have to take this call, but
What I like about that writing is they were too lazy to even give him a line to exit on. They're just like, Kevin Sorbo will take us out of this shot. He's an old pro, and he kind of did, but it's I'm still waiting for the jokes, I guess. I don't know. It would have been funny if they had exited on a joke. You know, old-fashioned sitcom thing is to end on a joke. This show hasn't even begun on a joke, though.
hey, Hild, it's me.
What?
Oh, it's Nate, your boss.
Let me know if I can get you anything else.
Yeah, what? Cat. What?
Still don't know when it's going to start getting funny, or what even that joke was. It's like, ooh, Billy, he's exploiting people with his resources. And this is actually something that happened in the pilot episode where he took the desserts that they were supposed to sell at the school bake sale and instead sold them on his own, exploiting the labor of his mother to earn some extra cash selling these like sugary desserts. He's a capitalist. Steal the resources and sell them to people. That's what Kane looks like.
Make sure you get his signature. You know what you did.
Hey, I think they recast Deshaun. I'm pretty sure that's not the same guy who played Deshaun in the first episode. So, wow, not a lot of people coming back for the series.
Last time.
Have a good day, sir.
Wow, pastel mania in this town.
Oh, my apologies. I actually touched you.
Nate,
You know,
why haven't you called?
It's communications malfunction and things I'd rather not go into at this moment.
Man, it's a pastel extravaganza up
I
in
need it
here.
for my daughter's second walk-in closet. I need it for my cat's playroom.
Your color schemes are brilliant.
Well, that's great.
One question. Why aren't there any black tones in this particular pastel palette?
Wow, they're gonna do this joke again. In the first, okay, in the pilot episode, there's a whole thing where like this white couple is painting their garage or something. He's like, "Why don't you want any black paint?" And they're like, "Oh, we didn't mean to say anything like that. Sorry, Mr. Black Person." And then he's like, "Oh, I'm just joking with you, but you're gonna want to buy a lot, right?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, of course." And they buy a lot of paint. He basically trades on building up sort of racial fears so he can sell paint. It's really gross and racist, but I'm glad they're making sure this character will at least have one note, and I'm sure we'll hear it again. He's much older than the original Deshaun, though. The original Deshaun was, God, a good 10, maybe 20 years younger than this dude.
Black tones matter.
Black Lives Matter.
Well,
Black
first, Deshaun,
tones,
as I may
man. Oh, God.
have explained to you before, I mean, the color black doesn't really fit into the pastel spectrum.
Shocking. Your cat needs something common.
Wow, that facial expression. Can you make a pastel black, like sort of a charcoal color, I guess? I don't know. It just seems like a bad excuse to make this sort of racial humor here. You wanna like take a guess on whether or not the people who wrote the show are white or not? We all know. Yeah, they're pretty white.
Oh, and your daughter needs...
I'm buzzing you, man.
See, he's
But
just
seriously,
he's just playing. He's not really upset about it. He just does this joke every time because it never gets It never gets old. And I hate how this is shot. Why is this like these two ladies who are clearly getting into increasing hostilities over this last can of paint so close to the foreground? Like, we're not supposed to be seeing this yet, are we? It's just super distracting. Also, I paused it right at this moment. That probably didn't help either. But Karen representation. They're, the characters of color are overshadowed by the Karens in this scene.
Need to get your rear end down here, because I'm gonna need some help hauling all this Monet to the beach.
Why does he talk like
Look, I
this?
just got to work out a few things from my end, but I will be there.
Give me my paint. No, it's mine. It is mine, and I will tear you apart for it. And then what would you say?
gotta fight.
No,
All right,
I will
just
take
hurry
it
up.
from you,
I
and
gotta
your
go.
daughter will be stuck with a beige closet forever. Really? I can't think of somebody better than basic beige for you. I don't care if your daughter
Camera's
is
way too tight.
Pleasure doing business with you.
I couldn't. What were they saying there? I couldn't hear what they were like chanting at the end, but and I do not want to rewind this for any reason. Someone mentioned it looks like a really tiny set. It's like they just had this one counter area and they couldn't pull the camera back any further, or you would notice it was just like a really tiny set. But there we go. There was the joke. There were the jokes. Some good racial humor. Hour 6 into this quarantine, and we're going to learn more about it.
Well, I wouldn't consider extortion doing business.
As the libertarians like to say, the only truly free market is the black one.
Aha!
Oh, sweetheart. Oh, this isn't what you think.
Oh, really? Because I'm pretty sure it looks like what I think.
Grandpa and I were discussing getting a cat. And these are the things we'll need to keep our new kitty comfortable in our home.
We're getting a cat. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so we're gonna have to get some kitty litter. We're gonna have to get a cozy cat bed. Right. Okay.
I really like how she read that line, because I get the impression that she does not care, and that really comes across. Wow. We're almost done. I'm very proud of everyone who's hung in there so far. We've got about 5 minutes left. I'm sure some of that's going to be credits. Summon the strength, everyone. Trust your force.
Sheriff Knotts, how can I arrest you today?
Hey, Sheriff, it's Nate.
How's quarantine going?
Look, remember when
Cop
that
eating a
bear got
donut.
stuck up in a tree and you used that tranquilizer gun to knock him out?
Hell yes. That single act of human kindness made the internet. It's enshrined behind glass at the County Sheriff's Walk of Fame.
Great, great. So, here's what I'm thinking. Okay, Davis will be easy. He's slow and he's carrying around a pillowcase full of
Jesus.
canned goods, and he hasn't had his
Got
coffee.
realistic.
Got it.
Billy, on the other hand, is as slippery as a watermelon seed.
Okay, don't worry.
So the cops are going to be the heroes here and vaccinate everyone, I guess. And they're probably going to kill half the family in the process. This is getting very ripped from the headlines, huh? Actually, this would never happen in real life. This is a white family we're talking about here.
I'm an excellent shot. Ugh, darn.
Where'd that helicopter come from? Did they just have helicopter stock footage? I feel like that's what that was. Remember the cold open started with everyone trying to bang into Billy's room and he was just like, no, and they were like gonna tear the door down. I feel like we're just not gonna get that now because the cops are gonna break this all apart. So that cold open was a lie. It's like someone pointed out, he has a go bag, but the bag's left empty. Like, that defeats the whole purpose of a go bag. It's like, why not just have a bag anywhere if you're just gonna pack it at the moment? One of those syringe firing guns.
What the hell, pig?
Stand still, damn it.
Yeah.
Dude. That stings.
You have officially been immunized.
Thank you for your cooperation.
So, isn't me or the cops the good guys in this? Is this propaganda, but like cops that vaccinate people who want to avoid it? Okay. It's weird, huh? Like, what is just understanding the politics of this is kind of tough because it's, I think, confused. Still packing that bag. Those are decorations of like the one room I would never want to be in. Like I would never want to hang out with a person whose bedroom would look like that.
Like you said, your boy's slippery.
Astroglide's got nothing on him.
So here's the thing.
I don't think a child should be compared to Astroglide. There's something very weird about comparing the child to Lube. More uncomfortable than funny, to be honest.
Unless everyone got the vaccine shot, we'll have to keep you in quarantine. Sorry, Nate.
We didn't see Megan get vaccinated. Oh, he's easily identifiable in the tree. Jesus. That does seem like a cop move, to get a kid out of a tree by shooting him. Wow. This is really flat, isn't it? For a climax.
Excuse me. I needed this. Thank you for your cooperation.
You okay, son? No. At least now I can get to work.
There we go. Lenny Britton wrote and directed that one for us. Title font, it all looked really boring, and it's just black now and not good. So that was the Potwins, the very first episode. Quarantine. I'm just gonna drop that so we don't have to look at that dude's Vimeo channel anymore. So how do we feel about this? I can speak a little more about the history on why this thing got made. If you haven't watched my Free Lunch Express video, I'm basically just going to sum that up real quickly. It was a guy who ran for office in Vermont. He ran for Senate and he lost, but he made this one viral video that really blew up. Let me see if I can find it. Let's go to YouTube. Editor. This is like the ad he made. There we go. He thought he would be a big star because Len Britton, that's the guy who wrote and directed all of it. So he's responsible. And he made this YouTube video that did 50,000 views and running for Vermont. And here's a reminder of what this was all about.
All right, we're here. I just never get tired of this.
Hey, Mom, someone's pulling up the driveway.
This is the precursor to what we just watched.
I don't know. I think maybe we've won something.
Mommy, are we rich? I don't know. I want a pony.
Mrs. Johnson?
Yes.
I have an invoice for you from the United States federal government.
What?
For you and your children.
Invoice? I thought it was a check.
Mommy, what's an invoice?
This is a bill for your family share of the national debt. It's $168,000.
This is a joke, right?
Miss, we're from the government. There is no joking.
That's a lot of money, mister.
Better get a paper route, Billy.
Mommy, make it back.
There's the line that made everyone laugh and made him think he could do comedy. But do you get what this is, right? Like, this is a whole, oh, look, people are going to have to go into debt. We're going to have to start charging citizens because there's so much debt in the country. It's sort of a classic fear about debt that conservatives like to do. Anyway, let's finish the rest of this.
Yeah, I think so. You know
No,
what?
no,
Thanks
this
a
is for
lot,
you.
but you need to go.
No, this
you
is-
too.
this
Both
is-
of you out
this
of here.
is for you and your
You know
family.
what?
This is
We
for you
didn't
and your
ask
family.
for it, so we're not taking it. Okay,
Yep,
bye-bye.
Nope,
Thank
nope,
you.
this is for you and your family. Hold on. I'll just slide
Clearly
in
they
the
didn't have
door.
much of a script, so
I'll
they're just
get it
talking
for
over
the
each other at
kids.
the end
It's
here.
for the kids. Leave it there. Thank you. That went well. Who's next?
Pat Leahy and his friends in Washington have run up quite
This
a
is Len
tab,
Britton.
creating deficits we may never be able to repay. Help me fight for our kids' future. I'm Len Britton. I'm running for the United States Senate, and I approve this message.
He lost. He lost by a lot. As we all know, the senator from Vermont, who is not Bernie Sanders, beat him in, I think it was 2016. But that's the ad he made that made him think, hey, maybe I got a thing for this whole comedy thing. And he didn't, of course. That's why he created the Potwins. It was like, first he started with a show called News Done Right, which was like a news program about Vermont or whatever. I don't know. I only watched short clips of it. He turned that into a sitcom starring his son. And then he did that whole Bernie Sanders movie. And now he's back trying to sell this sitcom. I feel kind of bad for a dude who's trying so hard and failing so miserably. And you're like, where does he get money for this? It's because he got his a rich benefactor. The funny thing about his, oh God, I don't remember her name, but she got all her money because she inherited it from her, either her father or grandfather, who was named Sewell Avery. He was an industrialist who hated unions. And the best part is his name, his first initials are SL. So he's literally named slavery. SL Avery. I'm not making that up. Let's pull him up here. No. There we go. Sewell L. Avery. Sewell Leave Avery. Slavery. Isn't that wild? When your grandparent is actually, literally named slavery. This is like the famous photo here of like, he was against his workers unionizing during World War II, which put a problem, which hampered production in the U.S., which stopped the war effort. So the army literally had to be called in, or in this case, the National Guard, I think, and they carried him out of his office because he was not letting his workers unionize, and that was slowing down production. So in this case, the government actually, because they needed to kill some Nazis, let workers unionize. What a time to be alive. It's like, we have to fight fascists. Let the workers unionize. If only we could live in a day like that, and then assholes like this get carried out. He still like was fabulously wealthy when he died, of course, and that's why his granddaughter or daughter, whoever it was able to finance terrible conservative comedy. And she also gives a lot of money to conservative politicians. She's one of those people who just, old money that wants to not be taxed on it. For anyone, thank you for saying like this is the funniest thing in the stream, because we've been watching a lot of conservative comedy and Ben Shapiro, so of course this would be the funniest thing. I could literally just open up some dad jokes here and read them, and it would be funnier than anything we've seen today. But hey, I really wish I had mentioned his name is Slavery in the video. There's one regret I have. Okay, I don't have a ton else today. There is a second episode of the Potwins. I don't know if we want to watch that though. Like, do we really, like, how deep do we want to go into this, right? Do we just want to have like a chill Q&A, or do we want to watch another episode of the Potwins? Maybe it's time for another Democracy. Because I got time. This is not a big day for me. So I'm not gonna be streaming for too much longer, but we could do a question on what's next or something else. If we have other suggestions, does anyone else want to throw out some other ideas? Or we could watch something else entirely. We could watch a Babylon Bee video. We could watch Steven Crowder. God, we have so many choices here. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna put a poll up, and we're gonna have some options here. Okay. So we got the Potwins, we got some Babylon Bee. Sure, we'll put Steven Crowder on there. Maybe we can go old school. Someone said PragerU, maybe, sure. Four options, there we go. We're gonna vote. Gutfeld, do they have Gutfeld clips on here? It's actually not that easy to find Fox News stuff that isn't on the Fox News channel. I'm not gonna watch my own videos on stream. I got a whole channel where you can watch that. But there we go, poll is up. Take some time. We got some fun options there. Keep in mind, there's only one other episode of the Potwins available. But Babylon Bees in an early start. Oh, PragerU fell away quick, probably for the best. I'm liking watching these poll results. It looks like people are sort of leaning towards more of the Potwins. It's like, ooh, stop the count. I think that's probably my favorite memes for polls now. It's close. Either more of the Potwins or Babylon Bee. Those seem to be the two. Oh, Steven Crowder coming up. Oh, this is fun. This is like, watching a horse race. The reason I feel like not Potwins. I get it. I feel like I want to save that episode of the Potwins, so I'm kind of glad Babylon Bee is pulling ahead. This seems like the where we're going with 150 votes. If you're watching and not voting, I hope you realize you're letting the will of the minority win out here. And or watch Muhammad Hassan WWE videos. Wasn't he that guy? That guy who's like his theme music was a plane crashing into something. I don't know. I know very little about modern wrestling. I think Muhammad Hassan was like an older guy too, right? I stopped watching wrestling in like 1999. So it looks like Babylon Bee is pulling it ahead here. Yeah, I think. Okay, we're doing Babylon Bee, everyone. So I'm gonna end the poll. Thank you everyone for participating. The Potwins was like neck and neck, and then it just fell off a cliff. We've got another one. We'll watch more Babylon Bee or the Potwins in a future stream. We'll get to it, but for now, It's Babylon Bee, and everyone complaining about democracy. I got some bad news for you. It's not democracy when I'm the one deciding what's on the polls. All right. What do we got here? Some videos. The numbers here seem a bit anemic. I remember they used to be higher, right? Oh, they got a joke about Brandon. Oh, did we do something about Brandon? I feel like that's what we got to watch now. Liberal parent trying to figure out how to cheer for his son, Brandon. Woof. Okay, so the Brandon thing. Someone just asked what that's about. I'll explain it for you. Brandon, so there was this guy, it was like a NASCAR thing, I think, at a race, and his dude named Brandon was being interviewed. And everyone was like, they were actually chanting, "Fuck Joe Biden." And the interviewer couldn't understand it and was like, "Oh, they're cheering, they're saying, 'Let's go, Brandon.'" And the joke was like, "Oh, the reporter doesn't know that Brandon was Biden," and they were like insulting him, and like that's the joke. And now conservatives have a second joke where they just say, "Let's go, Brandon," because they want to say "fuck Joe Biden." But I guess they're really childish. They want to. I don't know. It's the sort of thing a fourth grader would think is really funny and clever, and it's just not. It's just not. It's really lame and unfunny. But here we go. Just say "fuck Joe Biden." Like, don't be such a child. But apparently it annoys liberals, which I don't. Why? This is so silly. I see and there was like this morning I finally saw there was like trending was like "Thank you, Brandon." I'm just so exasperated by this entire meme, and I'm sure the Babylon Bee will save it. They'll make us love it again with this probably great comedy. Here we go.
Let's go, Jimmy! Woo! Great job! Yeah, move ahead with those proceedings, Brandon! Yeah! All right, let's go, Jimmy! Let's go, Jimmy! Allow to pass the objective case of we all departing, Brandon! Brandon's your boy? Yeah, that's him. Jimmy yours? Yeah, why are you cheering like that? What? Oh. So these conservatives using "Let's go, Brandon" as code for hating Joe Biden? I'm a Biden supporter, so obviously I'm not going to say
I'm glad they're explaining everything at the beginning of the joke.
that. I don't want people to think I'm some crazy MAGA guy. So now I got to find creative ways to cheer for my son, Brandon. Outside yoga, yeah, good pray. Outside yoga, yeah, good pray. Pig Latin.
Pig Latin.
So you support Biden even with all the stuff going on?
Ooh. So the joke is he can't say "Let's go, Brandon." I mean, there are a million ways to cheer for someone, and I think if your child is named Brandon, no one's going to think you're insulting Joe Biden, right? Like, okay. I know Some More News did a video about how conservative comedy is designed to be confusing, or designed to like annoy liberals by not being funny, but I have a feeling what's going to be more interesting is less the sketch and the comments underneath it, but we'll let the sketch have its say first.
What stuff? What do you mean? Let's go hill covered with broom! The name Brandon means hill covered with broom. You know, stuff like Afghanistan? Afghanistan? He got the troops out and nothing happened after that, according to my news sources. Make haste, Brandon! Make haste!
I like how it's turned into a general criticism of the left. Like, they don't know what's up. Okay, dude.
It's kind of a Shakespearean spin I put on it. It's bad. You know, all the COVID numbers and the mandates. He said he was going to shut down the virus. Politicians are always telling little white lies to get elected.
COVID rates have been going down actually a lot, particularly when you compare it to what things were like under Trump, right? Like, this is well known. Okay.
Going to raise taxes, they raise them a little bit. Going to create jobs, they create, just a few. Shut down a deadly virus, let the virus run rampant, politicize it, make it way worse. Big deal.
Certainly something you could never say about Republican politicians, like a certain Florida governor, but
Brandon! That's sign language for go. What about all these supply chain issues? It's a total disaster. I mean, how much stuff do people need? They can survive on, nothing, basically. Brandon!
I appreciate that they're making this Brandon joke in the middle of, really heavy-handed political commentary. So, The joke about Brandon here has absolutely nothing to do with all this commentary about how the Biden administration is doing. It's completely superfluous. And it's like they really just wanted to get their political message out. And they're like, what's a joke we can do while making our political commentary? And this is it. And this is the best they could do.
Morse code. But how many kids in cages, huh?
Lots.
Lots of kids or lots of cages?
Both.
Brandon, look! Great job report. Everybody's got a job at least.
We all lost our jobs.
Forward motion, Brandon. Gas is affordable.
My mortgage is cheaper than a gallon.
Brandon, he's appropriate towards women.
As appropriate as Trump was, I guess.
Trump was credibly accused of like multiple instances of rape. Has that ever? I know Joe Biden has been like, has touched people inappropriately. I don't think anyone's accused him of rape, including like Trump's ex-wife accused him of rape. And then she withdrew that accusation after a settlement was reached. Isn't that interesting? I can see the resolution here is for the guy to eventually go, let's go Brandon, and admit like, oh, the people on the right are right. I should hate Joe Biden. But it's going to take a couple of seconds to get there.
You're telling me that my life and the lives of others has gone considerably worse in the last few months. It's because of Joe Biden?
Yes.
Oh. Let's go, Brandon!
There we go. Oh, Biden does have a rape accusation. I actually did not know that. Wait, no, Tara Reid. Fair enough. Fair enough. And I will I will remain consistent. Always give any accusation should be investigated upon because it's important. And victims need to feel empowered as though, authorities will actually listen to them and take them seriously. I haven't looked too much into the Tara Reid thing. If it is credible, then obviously Biden should face consequences. But like, as someone mentioned, Trump has like dozens of these, and some of them are very credible. Thank you so much. Redway 2. Wow, Ben Shapiro reviews have even less information than Nostalgia Critic reviews. I appreciate someone who like clearly went back to the earlier part of the stream from like 2 hours ago and is watching from the beginning. Very, very, very solid. And because the streams are good the whole way through, I like to think.
Watch your language, man. This is a kid's game.
Hey, if you like that video, you can help us make more videos like that by...
Who would do that?
Joining the Babylon Bee YouTube channel for just $4.99 a month.
Become an exclusive subscriber. You get videos, you get full-length podcasts that are often twice as long as the one that you've been seeing.
Do it now. Smash the join button and you can become a member, a Bee Superfan, and you'll be a lot cooler than everyone else.
What? Ooh, I'm so glad I watched so we could see that. Like, wow, how old is that meme? With the sunglasses? Whoa. Whoa, that is an old meme. Okay, I'm not surprised they used it though. Okay, so that sucked. This was a bad video. I'm not going to click dislike because that counts as engagement and I don't want them to get my engagement. But I really want to hear from the commenters what they're enjoying from this. There were actual jokes here I could identify clearly, so that's something. There was a plot line and everything, and how like the guy learns to hate Joe Biden, and it had it all for a Babylon Bee segment. Clearly, they were at the top of their form for this, and none of it was funny, of course, and it was really ham-fisted and forced, but there you go. I want to see what the commenters think. I'm going to guess a lot of the comments are just going to be people saying, let's go, Brandon, or talking about how the left is triggered. Okay, let's go. How will you shoot for Brandon now? Forget let's go Brandon and FJB. Let's get Biden to quit. God, LGBTQ. Flag now and fly it with pride. Oh God. That's the most clever thing they've ever done. Oh yeah, Sushi Guy, if you don't like a video, and don't downvote it, just click out and get on with your life, because engagement always helps. It's a little like some juice for the algorithm. Let's go Brandon is probably the coolest chant ever. I really envy you Americans for it. Really. Really. The coolest chant ever ever. Trevor Howard, you are an abysmal liar, or you've never heard a chant before. That's amazing. The most beloved son in all of America. Everyone just cheers, let's go Brendan for this guy's little boy. Such a heartwarming story. Okay, I guess that's another shot at Biden. Actually, such liberal parents called their son Brenda. Oh, good, some transphobia. Didn't see that one coming. Transphobia under Babylon Bee section. Brandon's self-esteem is unparalleled. Laughing emoji. As a real Brandon, this was thoroughly enjoyable. These are boring-ass comments. Last one. Bob Davenport tells us, this reminds me of when I was a kid and there was one black kid on our basketball team. I don't like where this is going because it was a mainly white school. The funny thing was that the kid's last name was Black. So during a game, the parents of kids on our team would yell, "Come on, Black, give it to Black." Parents from the opposing team had no idea that the kid's last name was Black, and they would look horrified when someone would yell these things because it sounded like everyone was being racist. Yeah, that would seem racist to people who, I guess, they don't put the names on the back of the jerseys there. They could just use the kid's number, maybe, or his first name. I don't know. It sounds like the parents needed an excuse to be racially, what's the word I want? Ambiguous. Also, yeah, fake story. That's 100%. There's 0% chance that happened. I don't believe it either. Bob Davenport, if that is your real name. Whew. Yeah, and then everyone applauded because they love racism. So let's do another Babylon Bee video, I guess. That was really bland, and even I don't know. What else do we got here? What do we want to do next? Shout out a suggestion if you're not all still arguing over that the allegations against Biden in the comments, or in the chat rather. Get Jersey's name, Albert Einstein. I don't know. Let me shout out a couple as like suggestions. The theology of The Simpsons sounds all kinds of awful, but I love The Simpsons. The Babylon Bee Guide to Wokeness will radicalize you. Not a lot of views for that one. We got Paw Patrol to face their greatest foe yet, Dr. Fauci. I don't want to do an animated one. 10 reasons you should turn in your guns. I feel like that might be fun. And it's 2:30. Oh, there's a Black Panther one? I didn't see that. Where's the Black Panther one? I don't see it. Yeah. Animal Crossing is destroying civilization. I'm not listening to an hour-long one. That's insane. Okay, let's do the gun one. I'm feeling. Nah, actually, no, not guns. I suddenly had a. This looks like it was taken from their podcast, so I don't want to actually listen to that. I want to watch a sketch. Let's look to the guide to wokeness and how it will radicalize us, because it's only 2 minutes. And I want to learn how to become radicalized by the Babylon Bee.
Well, what's this now? The Babylon Bee Guide to Wokeness? Readings for city folk, but that tractor pull ain't for another 25 minutes.
They sure like making fun of people from the South on the Babylon Bee. I've seen they've done a number of these. Is this an actual book? It looks like an advertisement for a book they're trying. It is. This is on Amazon. So they're trying to sell a book here. Okay, let's see their ad for their book.
I suppose I could check it out.
Inside these pages, you'll learn all about wokeness. Things like how to make skin color the most important thing in any situation. How to smash stuff in the name of justice. The proper way to compare everything to Hitler. And more.
Certainly, that's never happened on the right. They don't compare anyone to Hitler.
Handy tips for being less white. Jump off a cliff.
You should be less white because whiteness is an artificial. It's like the worst kind of identity that has no real baseness in what anyone means when they talk about ethnicity. Yeah, whiteness is only useful in understanding of like power and oppression. It's not a great label. If you want something else, I don't know, try American or something, or look at your family's background. That will probably give you a bit more information to work with than the color of your skin. The only reason you see the opposite, for instance, like the term black makes sense because a whole group of people were completely smashed or cut off from their ancestry and can't really trace their roots back to anything, and had their ethnicities erased. It's pretty messed up. So for someone, I don't know, someone saying Norwegian pride, okay, celebrating your Norwegian culture is cool, or Dutch, Polish, American, sure, whatever. Anyway, your skin color is probably the least interesting thing about you culturally. And also, there are lots of white people from all over the world with different cultures. It's like when people say black, they don't mean like black people from everywhere in the world. They usually mean Americans, because if you speak to someone from, I don't know, let's say Ethiopia, they probably have a different concept of what their ethnicity is, and black would be a bit too simplistic. Just like when you go to Europe, they don't go around thinking they're white people. They would describe themselves as, English or German or something like that, which is more meaningful. There's a history and a geography linked to it, not just the skin color. There you go. African Americans and Afro-Caribbean peoples have different cultures too. 100% true. Something very apparent in Canada. We have a really big Afro-Caribbean population here, which is pretty cool. We have a big celebration caravana. It's pretty cool. Let's finish the rest of this ad.
Announce that you aren't that white. Just hate yourself forever. How to fight fascism with violence.
How would you... Do they want to talk to the fascists? Okay. Ooh, if I could release hornets at fascists. I want that power. Damn, that would be good. Also, yes, I know there are different cultures in America itself. I'm being very broad. You'd probably want to narrow it down some. Eat the poo-poo video. I don't know what that is. Someone wants to elaborate on that. But hey, I want to shoot hornets at fascists. That's cool.
Release the murder hornets. Beat a Nazi with a tolerance sign.
That's cool. It's like irony, right? That'd be awesome.
Or just summon the genderless bear.
Oh, that's badass. I would love a genderless bear. That'd be so cool. Why are they making anti-fascists seem so cool? Get the genderless bear to attack the fascists. Hell yeah.
This is just a sample of what you'll find in the Babylon Bee's Guide to Wokeness.
I do like the idea that's like, the left wants to be violent towards fascists. While I'm not personally someone who openly advocates for violence in many situations, like if I was around a fascist, I think there's a non-0% chance they would be violent towards me. And in that case, yes, summon the genderless bear. Fascists aren't known for wanting to talk things out and proceed peacefully to assert power. They usually seize it through violent means. It's called history books, people. Check them out. Fascists are not great at debating. Let's just say.
After reading the Babylon Bee's Guide to Wokeness, you'll be...
Oh, wait, we got a whole list there. I want to see that. Let's see that
Guide
list.
to Wokeness. After reading...
Okay, we got the bees. Play video of Kamala... No, we're not going to play videos of Kamala Harris. That's so much lamer. Kick a pregnant woman? No? Run over Nazis with Prius? I mean, I don't know if Priuses are really a thing anymore. Stand in front of traffic. I don't think that really fits with the first one of running over people, because that's seems to be a thing for the right, you know? Running over protesters. And there's a nice little joke justifying that. Great. 14-hour lecture on feminism. These guys could use any sort of lecture on feminism, obviously. Throw Dixie Chicks CDs? Who has CDs and who's buying anything from the Dixie Chicks? God, this is like 2004? Wow. Hadouken of Tolerance? That's badass. I'd like a Hadouken of Tolerance. Was Ryu an anti-fascist? Is the Shotokan school anti-fascist in nature? There's an interesting idea for anyone who knows Street Fighter lore there. Enter Avatar state. I didn't watch Avatar far enough to know how that works, but cool. Do mushrooms and jump on Nazi's head like Mario. Mario was famously a socialist, right? Everyone knows that whole, like, Mario was That's like an old meme, right? Woof, this is some bad humor. And I just love how old some of it is. Also, Avatar is pretty old. I know people still love it, but ugh, that's pretty old fashioned. Anyway, what powers would you choose? If I if I had to choose 3, I'd want to be able to summon the genderless bear, fire a Hadoken, and release the murder hornets. Those are the 3 I would choose. Those are like top 3 anti-fascist powers I would take in a heartbeat. And morning from, wow, all the way from Japan, Lindsay. Ohio, which I believe is good morning. I've been to Japan a few times. I mean, twice. Lovely country. I really wish I could go back. Okay, so great hear things here. And I know the next page is like the good countries and the bad countries.
The Babylon Bee's Guide to Wokeness.
I don't want to see what the good countries
You'll be
are,
looking for
good countries versus bad countries. Okay. Oh, the only bad country is USA. That's not true. People on the left hate a lot of different countries. Like, you think we love Canada here? Like, no. A lot of these countries. I mean, generally, nation states aren't great. It depends how old. Depends how far left you go. Like, for instance, an anarchist would probably hate all of these countries and would want to abolish nation states. But that's the distinction Babylon Bee's not going to make. This is just a bad everyone hates America joke because it's a lot of self-pity from Americans. Very sad.
the nearest brick to throw.
Also, leftists famously love the UK and Russia and China. Very true. Heroes of Oppression.
Through a target.
Obese cat-loving Eskimo in a body cast. Why are they an Eskimo? Also, they're Inuit. I don't believe they're actual peoples called Eskimo. Headless tree sexual elf on a unicycle. What does this mean? Is this like Oppression Olympics? It's not even, because like riding a unicycle and loving cats, I don't get this. Like, why is this meant to be funny? It's just, yeah, it's the helicopter joke. It's the one joke with some sort of absurdist stuff on top of it. Great.
Window. Ben Shapiro calls the Babylon Bee's Guide to Wokeness, quote, the funniest new book in America.
Well, if Ben Shapiro thinks it's funny, we've already earlier in stream just gotten a good sample of the comedic expertise of Mr. Shapiro. But thank you for the insight, Ben.
Except he said it much, much faster.
Amateur podcaster, insurance salesman, husband of a doctor. Wow, what a funny set of taglines.
Than I just did.
Well, I'll be a possum's doula. This book done radicalized me. Thanks, Babylon Bee Guide to Wokeness. I'm a full-blown SJW now. Well, I guess it's time to cancel my mama. She's a homophobe.
If your mom is homophobic, I mean, you don't have to cancel your own mom, but that's pretty bad if your parents are homophobic. That's not a good thing, right? But I guess it's supposed to, oh, you can't even tolerate your homophobic mother. It's like, well, especially if you're in the LGBTQ plus community. Yeah.
You can buy the Babylon Bee Guide to Wokeness from your favorite book dealers. Who we kidding? From Amazon today. This is not a joke. It's a real book.
Real book. Okay. And it's all just...
The Babylon Bee Guide to Wokeness will teach you everything you need to know.
I'm going to call an audible right now and pull up this book on Amazon, or at least some of the images here. We only have like 2 preview images. Maybe I could like read this book on stream. Would people like that? I think that'd be funny if we read. I don't want to buy it though. I'd probably get it from the library. Anyway, so we're gonna pull up the Amazon page here. We got the table of contents. Let's see if this makes us want to like buy this book. Here we go. We got Welcome to the Woke Zone. That's gonna be helpful. Intersectionality and identity. Discover your inner oppression. Sure. Race. I mean, I feel like race would come up in a discussion about intersectionality. It doesn't necessarily have to. There's a lot of other things that can intersect, but sure. Most important thing about you is the color of your skin. I love this. It's, not understanding the importance of social constructs that affect our lives, and race absolutely does. Feminism and gender. Sure. Pronouns, sexual orientation, and the wonderful world of making up genders. It is a social construct. Thank you for acknowledging that. Although it's not like someone sat around making it up. It's something that probably... it's probably something that's manifested and grown over time and contributed by a number of factors. Anyway, The True Story of American History. Ooh, I bet that would be so fun to read. I feel like that would just be a Ben Shapiro book. Learning how you were brainwashed and thinking America is an okay place. Sounds like a very legit and proper subject. How to be offended by everything. This seems like a book about being offended by everything on the left, so that's cool. Discover how microaggressions and things you disagree with are literal violence. It depends how you define violence, isn't it? How to make sure your church is as woke as Jesus. I mean, he was pretty woke. Wokeness doesn't stop in the secular world. Churches can be woke too. True, they can be. Sounds like another helpful chapter. If you're a religiously inclined person, you'd want it to be woke. Follow the science. Scientists are always right, and if you disagree, you are a bigot. I'm sure this is going to be some great, climate change denial probably, and anti-vax stuff. That's my guess. How to fight fascism with violence. The only way to stop the fascists is to yeet bricks at people you don't like. Well, I mean, were the fascists just assembling quietly? Probably not. Anyway, but I fully support fighting fascists who start the violence, basically. And they tend to do that all the time. Again, check out history. If bricks are being yeeted, I would put money on the fascists throwing the first one. Just as a thing. But obviously, don't go looking for trouble. People, please stay safe. I don't recommend going around picking fights because it's dangerous. And yeah. Fighting the culture war. Hey, we're winning that war. Use the voting booth to force your will on the rest of the that's okay. The culture war is non-political, right? Like it's not electoral politics. That's the whole point of it being the culture war. But like it's a lot of issues have been politicized and made to appear electoral, and that's how the culture war was politicized in very serious, in silly ways. Like for instance, people who may vote for a Republican because they think they're going to outlaw critical race theory. Like that's some bogus stuff right there. Anyway, and it sort of does come around, and you can influence the culture through those heavy-handed authoritarian means, which I thought, some people on the right claim to be against, but apparently aren't. Entertainment. Make sure your Netflix queue is as woke as you are. Cool idea. Yes, go watch Squid Game, everyone. That's what we learned earlier from that Ben Shapiro review. Brainwashing the next generation. Duplicate your outrage by making miniature copies of your woke self. It's funny, as if like this never happens on the right. But yes, you want to instill values in your kids. That's not a problem. See my video about the Babysitters Club for some good rogue propaganda for your kids. It's a good thing, actually. A glossary of wokeness. Confused by our woke terms? Learn what all these newly made up words really mean. That actually would be helpful because there's a lot of terms that people struggle with. I'm sure the Babylon Bee one will be absolutely trash, though. What's this last page here? We got being woke means realizing the problems in your life are not your fault. In some cases, yes. Realizing there are social reasons why your life sucks, or like social constructions and systemic reasons why things are bad. Yes. There should be personal responsibility, of course, and I think that's always going to be part of the left to some degree. But yeah. Why do they use this picture all the time? This one person screaming about Trump is like endlessly used. It came up in my video that's coming up soon about Tucker Carlson and the week I spent watching his stuff. He used this picture of this person too. It's like they cannot let go of this person. God, I would hate to be them. And having like that one moment be repeated endlessly when they want to like dunk on the left. I'm sorry Trump embarrassed himself on a weekly and we always had new images on the left, but maybe the right will get some new stuff soon. Anyway, finding your identity not in objective reality, but in your feelings. What do they mean by objective reality? That's probably an anti-trans thing. And objective reality is that gender is a social construct. I hate to break it to you. Worshipping the planet because humanity is evil. What? Worshipping the planet as opposed to humanity? Why would you worship humanity? You really don't have to worship anything, really, but it's important to care about the planet. Fight hard for population control. Okay. Rejecting organized religion and mindlessly believing the left. Okay. As opposed to mindlessly believing religion or what? Also, the idea that the left mindlessly all follow each other, like, woof, not even close. Leftist infighting, it's a thing. It happens a lot. Oh, that does sometimes come from people mindlessly following people. That's a separate issue. There are no doctrines in the left, though. It's one of the nice things about it. Finding the racism, sexism, and hatred in everything. It's not in everything, but it's in a lot of things. And I'd rather someone find too much of it than pretend none of it exists at all. Is that it? Oh, we got another page. Changing your profile picture to match the current fad. Oh yeah, Black Lives Matter is a fad. I guess if you're not someone who believes in that, it would seem like a fad to you. Wait, save Harambe. Whoa. Another antique meme. They got to be careful with these things. They're going to break them. Harambe was a bad meme, and it's what? Ugh. How many years ago was that? And they put it in a book. Brainwashing your kids to hate life and be miserable. Okay. Seeing the injustice in the world is not the same as being miserable. In fact, I think it's important to be honest with kids about the fact that there's some things in the world that suck and that they need to fight and work hard to help make the world a better place is actually a good thing. I don't know. That one just kind of bums me out, to be honest. And also people in the chat saying Harambe died in 2016. Is that it? So 5 years? May 28th, 2016, over 5 years ago. Wow, staying real current with that one. Rioting, peaceful protesting in the name of justice. Yes, most of those protests were peaceful. But hey, rioting's only good when you're storming the Capitol. Am I right, everyone? That's when you're just a bunch of moms and dads peacefully exploring a walking tour of the state Capitol building while an election is being certified. Good stuff. Never ever being satisfied and having happiness, but instead constantly complaining about everything. This book is constantly complaining about everything. Holy crap. I don't know. I'm pretty happy. I think the world is bad in a lot of ways, and we should try to improve it. But I think I've had happy days and sad days. I have a rainbow of emotional experiences, and I guess we seem miserable because we don't want to live in a delusion. And yeah, I feel like I'm maybe taking these a little too seriously. They're just jokes, right? You get to constantly complain as though you are still a 3-year-old. Cool. It's a horrible person to be around. I'm just thinking about anyone who works up at the Babylon Bee as if I'd ever want to spend a second of my life hanging around one of them. My God, the comedy alone would send me running. Like, they'd be like, I got a good joke. And it's like, yeah, I identify as a pot of flour or something. And like, who wants to be around this person? We'll see. How many people bought this book? How many reviews do you want to say it got? 138 ratings. When did this come out? That seems low. More samples are November 2nd. Oh, 4 days ago. It's pretty new, huh? Number 1 in religious humor. Number 1 in Christian social issues. And number 1 in fiction satire. Interesting, though. But number 21 in books. Not a lot of books come out in the last couple of days, I guess. Yeah, let's look at some of these reviews. Okay, we know the Ben Shapiro one. This book is flat out hilarious. It's sadly true, but enough about the Bee. Check my site for tour dates. I don't. I could see Larry the Cable Guy saying that. JP Sears says it's very rare that the written word makes me laugh out loud, but the Babylon Bee Guide to Wokeness had me laughing all the way through. I don't even know who JP Sears is. I don't want to know. How we know Jesus was woke. He punched a Nazi. the Gospel of Marx. I think, wow, mixing up a lot of stuff here. I think Jesus would fight the Nazis. I know he's like turned the other cheek, but I feel like the Nazis would be an exception, right? Anyway, how to be a feminist. Oh, Admiral Akbar. I guess that's one of those evergreen memes, but don't get married. It's a trap. How about get married if you want to get married? Holy crap. Like, feminism is about choosing whether or not you want to make that choice, right? Choosing whether you want to make that choice. It's about choosing whether or not you want to get married. That's what feminism is. It's not saying anti-marriage in general. It's just feeling as if you aren't obligated to be married. Wow. That's like second wave stuff, or maybe even first wave. Basic feminism. Jesus. Is this Red Letter Media's The Grabowskis? Redway 2, coming up from the rear, watching the pot wins. I appreciate that. Force people to believe the same thing as you. Problem, the person will not conform to your beliefs. Solution, throw a brick at their head. Outcome, they will now conform to your beliefs. You're certainly not going to convince people with terrible humor. Advertising your wokeness. So the wacky inflatable arm flailing tube man, which is of course a Family Guy reference, holding a Black Lives Matter sign. Right. So let's talk a little bit about advertising and the Black Lives Matter slogan. And I think it's obviously opportunistic by corporations holding up Black Lives Matter things on their profiles. And that deserves some criticism from the left in that it's not really real activism. It's pure virtue signaling. If you are a company that professes to care about Black lives, but then has like corporate policies that disadvantage Black employees or something. An example of that might be, for instance, if you demand all employees be clean shaven, that actually disadvantages Black men because facial hair, when you're clean shaven, if it's like curly or kinky, you're more likely to develop a lot of like rashes and sores and stuff like that on your face. So being unshaven is actually a little better for you. That's sort of a subtle form of discrimination, and it doesn't just affect Black people, by the way. As someone with curly hair myself, I get a little bit of that too. So I like not having to shave at times. But there's an example of how a corporation, if they put up a Black Lives Matter sign, but then has a policy that makes things tougher for Black employees, that's discriminatory, and that would make it a virtue signal, which is what virtue signaling means. So there we go. Whew. Also, they could have actually mentioned a real corporation instead of just an inflatable thing, which is totally missing the point, right? It's this wacky inflatable thing could be for any business, right? It's big corporations that are the problem, not someone who can afford to buy this blow up thing. Let's see the Joseph Stalin meme. Buckle up, comrade, we're getting woke. Yes, Joseph Stalin, famously known for his wokeness. When I think of all the ways Joseph Stalin persecuted people in his and tried to erase ethnic identities in the Soviet Union, yeah, truly a woke hero, isn't he? I think about all the wokeness of Stalin. It warms my heart. So am I going to read? Oh, we got more here. We got more preview images. How long is this book? 208 pages. Yikes. We got The Stool of Justice. Okay. It's funny because okay. This poor person. I think I have to read this on stream at some point, which means I could make a video on it, but why would I want to do that? I think I'm just going to... All right. I'm going to do some real-time planning for the next stream. I don't know when it's going to be. I will find a digital copy of this book. Of course, I'm not going to go through every single page because that might be a problem. But I'll pull out some interesting sections and we'll go through them. We'll watch an episode of the Pot Wins and we'll have generally a good time. Of course, I'm setting up the next stream because I'm starting to feel the fatigue here. But I want to look up there is one 1-star review, 1% or 1-star reviews. I really want to see it. What's the deal with Antifa hipster airline food anyway? I want to read this. All right, Satellite Hive. We're here to read your your opinions here, folks. I'm not like one of these hipster jackasses you see out there with Che Guevara t-shirts and complicated vape rigs. I'm a simple man who loves simple things. Trucks, Marlboros, Pamela Anderson, and cutting-edge internet humor. Wow, this guy is from apparently 1996. Now, a lot of these sites out there, they might be funny, but I frequently say to myself, I say, this is getting long-winded. This is pretty humorous, but I have to wonder, do the people writing these articles even hate the same people I do? With the Babylon Bee, the answer is resounding yes. Okay, we got a turn here. I like this guy. It's great to live in 2021, a time when comedy writers, who certainly aren't mad at all, can write hilarious material about the way people more educated and cooler than them actually suck a ton. I love relatable humor, and for me, there's nothing I can relate to more than a seething hatred of the modern sensibilities that leave me feeling like an out-of-touch dinosaur with a bad attitude and a bad sense of humor. Not in my America. This is a good review, people. I've been a loyal reader of the Babylon Bee homepage since I first discovered the internet at my court-mandated volunteer time at the public library. It was a welcome escape from the woke mob of librarians in hipster glasses trying to push leftist propaganda on unsuspecting children. Karl Marx, more like Karl Farts. Ha, I read that on the site. That was really good. Anyway, I'm glad that this book exists because now I can show up on my last day and slam this bad boy on the circulation desk. I'm gonna yell, "Viva America!" as I kickflip gloriously into the sunset and leave that wretched hive of idiots behind, making all those self-righteous jerks wonder who the proud patriot was that just completely upended their worldview with an illustrated guide to being a contrarian doofus. Take that, Joe Biden. Ooh, this is a cool dude. Anyway, it's a good book. It has lots of charts and graphs that show exactly why kids today are stupid and wrong. There are also a lot of jokes about Brandon, which is great because my adult son is also named Brandon, and I'll make sure to show him this hilarious comedy romp the next time he decides he's willing to speak with me again. Now you might ask, why I'm giving a book I love 1 star. The answer is simple. I want to keep this secret for myself. The last thing we need is a bunch of radical lefts discovering the hilarity of the Babylon Bee and crying about safe spaces until the internet shuts it down. Anyway, thanks for reading my review. I'm going to go sit in the driver's seat of my Ford F-150 and record a selfie video where I scream about sovereign citizenship. That is a review, everyone. That is, I only trust Satellite High, who's apparently a comedy rapper. He did the Waiting for the Bus song from the first episode of Night Vale. I have not watched Welcome to Night Vale in years, but this is pretty cool. That was better than anything in the book. Some solid lines in there. The Karl Farts, I read that on the site, was that's what got me the most. A+, excellent review. I don't have an Amazon account in this incognito window, so I can't click on helpful, but you sure as heck can. This was a very helpful review. Okay. Sorry for the silence. I was taking a bit of water in right now. Gave me a bit more life. So what do we want to do? Do we just want to like chill out for a little bit with a Q&A? Wind down? I definitely have another stream in me, but today I've been going for a little over 3 hours. Kind of long for me. I don't do the long streams. Someone asked earlier, what is my stream schedule? Basically, it's whenever I feel like it, usually on a Saturday. We did some good work today, a lot of exploring. My next stream, I don't know what it's going to be. I did give you that game plan of reading that Babylon Bee book and watching another episode of Potwins. That's something we might do. More conservative comedy. Hell yeah. I also might do another interview if that's a thing people enjoyed. I spoke to Sarah Zed 2 weeks ago. I thought it went really well. If people like that, maybe I can interview someone else. We had a nice conversation for an hour. We did a tier list for candy, where Halloween candy, we revealed we are Canadians who do not understand American candy. It was all very confusing to me. I didn't get any of it. Someone just asked, my logo is a blue jay because I drew a picture of that blue jay right before I made my channel, and I thought it was cute, and I figured, why the heck not? And it just stayed there. And it's been there this whole time. Because blue jays are probably my favorite bird, actually, at least when it comes to the ones indigenous to North America. Okay, so let's say I were to bring another guest on, who would people want to see? Someone learned from ThoughtTime that our word for Smarties is rockets. That's true, because over here, Smarties are a chocolate candy hybrid, like M&Ms, except they're like skinnier. And yes, I am from Toronto. It's all a wonderful coincidence. Dan Olson. I've literally never spoken to Dan Olson, but maybe that could be cool. I don't even know. The largest of Joels. I think Big Joel would be fun. We follow each other on Twitter. That might be possible. I don't really know RM Brown. Lonerbox would be cool. I've never spoken to him. I don't know who Jesse Gender is. Oh, no, wait. Yes, I know Jesse Gender. I don't watch enough of their content, though. Thought Slime, I feel like would be too easy. Mildred is a pal. And I feel like we could watch like some nerd content together. Like, I remember when Mildred was watching Nerdrotic, and I wanted to join in so bad. Maybe I can jump on their stream at some time. We're in Hell. Sam and I have actually streamed together in the past. Him, myself, and James, who's a Chill Goblin. We did a stream. I'd be happy to have them on. Maybe I'll bring them on for the second episode of the Pot Wins, because we watched the pilot together, and that would be cool. Maybe I'll talk to them about doing that. FD Signifier. Can you get a FD Signifier to follow me on Twitter? He's real cool. I would like to talk to him, though. That would be fun. He seems pretty cool. Am I planning to do any more show reviews? Not on Babylon 5, but I've got a retrospective that lives in limbo right now, and hopefully I'll get it out soon. Who else do we got here? Let's Lonerbox again. Sure, I think I could get Lonerbox on. It's pretty cool. And yeah, Thought Slime, I feel like could be an easy get. Another one for We're in Hell and FD Signifier. Sure, I'd love to talk to all these people. But I'm thinking maybe if I'm going to watch the Pot Wins again, I might want to get Sam and James on. We're in Hell and Chill Goblin. I have to use their gimmick names, right? Cody Johnston would be cool. I know he's watched my channel a couple of times. I don't know if he's a big fan or not. Hit me up, Cody, if you want to stream. That would be cool. He'd be good to have on for like comedy too, right? Because he is a comedy guy and his video was great. John the Duncan would be cool. I think John's a really good up and coming dude. Vadim would be cool. He just had a great video on Lauren Southern yesterday. Damn. If you haven't watched that, check that out. That was a very good video about, turns out this Lauren Southern is awful. Who else? Sean. Tell Sean to follow me on Twitter. Actually, I don't care if he follows me. Sean would be cool. I've literally never spoken to him, and seems like a cool dude. You might have noticed my channel is similar to his, though I feel like I've kind of gone off in my own direction. I feel like I've been sleeping on Curio. I've watched, I think, one of Sophie's videos. I should probably watch more. I honestly, there's so many people on Let's Do great content that I just don't have time to watch, sadly. It'd be cool. Anyway, these are all ideas. Maybe I'll put a poll up. Maybe I'll see who's interested. Yeah, we'll see. I think it'd be fun to have another person on stream. The only thing that made me a little hesitant is earlier in the day is better for me, but not for other people, so scheduling is a thing. Last one, Maggie Mae Fish. That'd be so cool. I actually have her doing a voice in one of my videos. The currently in Limbo sitcom retrospective features Maggie Mae Fish doing a voice. I can't tell you the context because it would reveal the show and a very cool part of the show, but I'm so glad she did that because I needed someone, a female voice that can act and is also funny. And I was like, well, it's got to be Maggie Mae Fish. And she was perfectly happy to help. It was so cool. God, I really want people to watch that video. It's a banger. It's a banger. And I think people will enjoy it, even if it's a show people aren't... I think people remember it. Or maybe they don't. Who knows? Okay. Lots of great ideas. I think I've streamed a few times with Lance from the Surfs. Although I think it was only once one-on-one we were talking about one of my Lauren Southern videos. That was a few years ago. I'm always open to doing that, though. Whew. Okay. The Guide to Wokeness and its variants are numbers 1, 4, and 7 in the Christian social issues bestsellers list. That's one of the funny things about Amazon bestseller lists. Like a new book and its various variants, usually dominate huge chunks of the list because so few books fall into these really narrow categories. I remember when Dave Rubin's book came out, like there was one category that was called like political freedom or something, and like 3 of the books were just his book, like the large print book and the version of it, and then like the audio book, because it's just like nothing comes out under that label. If you're looking for Vadim's channel, it's called Hey It's Vadim. It used to be called Creationist Cat. Yeah, it's a really, really strong hour on Lauren Southern being bad. I'd watch it on stream, but I don't want to deny him the metrics. Just watch it. It's good. It's very good. If you're someone who needs more Jose, of course, there is that Tucker Carlson video if you want to become a patron. Just doing the sell again, you know. I appreciate everyone who watches, but I also appreciate being able to pay my bills. So that video is going to be up on this channel, though, for those who can't afford it at the moment. That's cool. So just wait a couple of days and it'll be up. It's an hour-long look at the content of Tucker Carlson. It was rough. But here we go. I actually might even have a second Tucker Carlson video in me. I'm rolling it over in my head right now. And I just don't know if it's something I want to do. I think it's a really good idea, but I'm not sure my observation is as fresh as I thought it was when it first popped into my head. And even though some interesting connections can be made, it's either going to be a much bigger, more impressive's not the right word, in-depth look at a single piece of content, or I just won't do it. So, and you made the right guess there, Bruce. It is about the January 6th documentary, Patriot Purge. Yeah, I have some notes written down. I just have to read about it more deeply. And I think it would be really interesting. It's just a product of me figuring out what I want to do next. And if a ton of people watch the Tucker Carlson video when it comes out, I may feel compelled to do it. Thank you, Malpertius, for another sticker. I think that's a Corgi. My favorite dog, by the way, are Corgis. I'm also a big fan of Border Collies. And thank you so much for Shrew T. I don't know what this currency is, but what is this? What is this little thing? And for those wondering, an Indian rupee. Okay, cool. Thank you from India. People who are curious about how to watch Patriot Purge, first of all, don't. It's just propaganda. And there are ways to watch it without having a Fox Nation account. But that's the thing that makes me pause, right? Because the thing about Fox Nation is that it's like anyone who subscribes to Fox Nation is already drinking the Kool-Aid when it comes to this, right? It's the most committed people are the ones who are watching Fox Nation. So I'm like dubious of that Patriot Purge even has a wide enough impact, or at least so I thought. But then when I sort of researched it on other streaming platforms that you can see for free, you may or may not be able to find it on BitChute, for instance. I noticed like people posting Patriot Purge and getting like tens of thousands of views. So for those who don't know, Fox Nation is the Fox News streaming service, which someone just asked. And so yeah, that's why I'm sort of like questioning, is it big? Like, is it popular? Or is it only popular within certain circles? Is it worth really digging into? Many thoughts, right? I know a lot of people have covered it. And I think what's interesting about it isn't just the falsehoods, but the overall narrative. And that's something I'm trying to do more in my response video. And you'll see some of that in the upcoming Tucker Carlson video. It's not just debunking, although there's a lot of debunking because, oh my God, it's just a fire hose of misinformation. But I wanted to look at it structurally as well, like how he puts together his segments, how he like structures his show, how he conducts interviews, and how he puts together his specials, because they're all produced in a very specific way. And it's how the propaganda is delivered, not just what the propaganda is. Because like debunking something will get you through the day, but understanding how the propaganda is spread gives you a better, I think, resistance to being hit with it in the future or being affected by it in the future. Is Patriot Purge online only, or do you know if Tucker will be airing on his show? It is, the full version is on Fox Nation, and I believe he plays segments of it on his show. So it is getting like wide exposure, but not full exposure. That's the thing. What people are seeing a lot of are, I know he played the trailer on his show. He probably pulled out small segments because that's what he does. That's kind of one of the interesting things about Tucker Carlson tonight. By interesting, it's just like a curiosity, I guess. He always includes clips from his Fox Nation shows, and they're pretty substantial. Like, if he interviews someone on Fox Nation, he'll cut out 3 minutes of that interview and just drop it into the Tucker Carlson Tonight show as a segment. The documentary is actually part of a series called Tucker Carlson Originals, which are these like 25-minute mini documentaries, I guess, where he'll explore a topic. I cover one of them in my hour-long video where he talks about wind turbines and how they're awful. And it turns out it's nonsense. And one of the interesting things about Tucker Carlson Originals is that it's such a silly series. So this idea of them making a 3-parter, and this is the one you take seriously, is kind of ridiculous because you don't take any of Tucker Carlson Originals seriously. Before the wind turbines, they had an episode on UFOs. So that's the kind of show it is. And they're like 20-something minutes. You can't really dig into something in 20-something minutes. So that's why they made it a 3-parter as well. But even across 3 parts, it's probably like maybe an hour of content. Very thin. Very, very thin stuff. Anyway, that's a video I might be doing in the future. I was even thinking, well, I don't need to go into all those details right now. If it'll either come out or it'll be, or it won't. You'll just enjoy. There is a Tucker Carlson video coming out in a couple of days, though, so that'll hopefully satiate people's Tucker needs. All right, let's chill for a bit. Let's do like an impromptu Q&A. So now is the time. If you have burning questions for me and have always wanted to know, let's do it. Hopefully I feel like I've been hitting my mic arm a lot too much. I hope that's not too distracting. Unless there are no questions. Ooh. If there are no questions, we can sit here in silence and share our connection across the internet. Is being an E-personality weird? Does it affect your personal life significantly? Hell yes. It's very weird. It's a demand on my time that people don't often understand. Like the fact that I'm streaming today, it might have been difficult to arrange things with my friends if I wanted to do something. And people, whenever there are like issues and difficulties related to YouTube, it's another thing that people don't get. And I don't have coworkers I can commiserate with the way I would if I had a regular job. And luckily, my face isn't out there, so I don't have people bothering me in the street, although that might be kind of nice. I've met viewers, and it's been nice. It does affect your life in ways you don't expect. It's not as fun or as glamorous as you might imagine, but it's kind of nice too. It's nice that people listen to you, which is nice. Always nice. Say nice a lot. So where all have you been to in Japan? Okay, that's an easy question. I spent most of my time in Tokyo, but I traveled around. I was in Kyoto for a couple of days. I went to Nara for a while. That's right, all the capitals. I went up to Matsumoto. And that was it. I was up in the was it the mountains? It was like a mountainous region, and I went to an onsen there. That was really nice to be in the wilderness. Yeah, I want to see more of Japan. That's why I want to go back. I'd love to go to Hokkaido. Kyushu would be nice. Basically the whole stretch of the country, I guess. I missed out on Osaka. I was so close when I was in Kyoto, but I decided I didn't have time. I think I went to Nagoya. Did I? I think so. Yeah, I want to see more of Japan when I get a chance. What inspired you to make the Punisher video? Twitter. I saw someone tweeting about cops wearing those patches, and I'm like, I should make a video about this. I know about the Punisher. That was really it. Just a provocative tweet. Am I a Zoomer? I sound 12. I am not a Zoomer. Thanks. I have a young voice. Okay. How do you repolster? I have no idea. My favorite BoJack episode? I don't have a favorite episode. It's all one big traumatic experience. I don't even know how to break it up to that. What do I think about Sean debunking Jimmy Dore? It was pretty good. I feel like I've seen better Sean videos, but then again, a mediocre Sean video is still a lot better than most videos out there. And I like that he's focusing on Jimmy Dore. There's someone who needs to be called out because he's spreading a lot of vaccine misinformation. Good choice of target, and it was well done. What is the next sitcom you will cover? Stay tuned. The one that will come out next, assuming I can get it out of copyright hell, is, well, as a tease, it's about a friendly place where everybody knows your name. Oh God, I just gave it away. There you go. What is the alt-left and what is it according to the alt-right? I have no idea what the alt-left is. I think that's just a label the alt-right uses to make the left sound more radical and dangerous. It's a canard, and we shouldn't fall for it. And we should avoid using the language of the right to describe the left because it only reifies their beliefs to a degree. Belief is a toxic and dangerous attitude towards reality. After all, if there is described belief and it's not there, why should you believe in it? I love when people talk in circles. I feel like if I read that a few more times, it might make more sense. But I got a lot of questions here. I'm sorry. No deep existential thoughts at the moment. I'm tired. Have I been to Europe? Yes, several times. My family is from Spain, so I've been to Spain several times. But I've also been to France, Italy, Portugal. That's it. I'd like to see more of it when I get a chance to. It's like being an e-cigarette. Cute. If I were to make a sitcom, what would I call it? I don't know. I would just call it Jose. Why not? Just name it after me. Be like one of those shows where it's named after the star, because I would make myself the star in a sitcom. In the Babysitter Club, you noted the inclusion of Bailey, etc. What do you think of the general inclusion of her as a character, essentially that there as a plot device? I don't think Bailey is a plot device per se. She isn't a fully realized character in that she's not reoccurring, but she is like, I mean, she is a literal child. She has as much a plot device as any of the kids who are sat in the series. And I think just broadening that kind of representation is a good thing. Could they have made a trans character be a greater part of the series? I think absolutely. That's not the show we got though, sadly. Babysitter's Club is pretty far left, but maybe not far left enough. Because you can always go a little further. But hey, we can only expect so much from a Netflix show. Unless you're Ben Shapiro, and then it's literally communism if you say capitalism is bad in Squid Game. Is this your full-time job? No, I don't get paid enough for this to be my full-time job. I'll level with people. August was a crazy good month for me for making money because of that Bill Cosby video, or Cosby Show video. That made me a bunch of ad revenue, and that was cool and nice, and I appreciated that. But I can't ad revenue comes and goes. If people want me to do this full-time, you got to sign up to be a patron. It's just the way it's got to go, sadly. Sorry, but that's how it's going to go. I'd love to do it full-time, though. But I got bills, so I got to work as well. So the fact that I work while maintaining this channel, I think, is a symbol of how hard I work in my life. And sometimes it's... I wanted that to be a fun joke, but it's exhausting. Do I play video games? Yes. Ask a more specific video game question for me to answer it, because you might all be noticing it's taking me a while to answer these because I want to be thorough in my answers. Yes, Hokkaido is amazing. I was actually in Japan in the summer when I was considering going to Hokkaido. I wanted to see like the flowers of Furano. I think that's how you say it. But in the winter would be cool too. But the thing is, like, it snows a lot in Canada, so I want to see something a little more indicative of Japan. Although going in the summer is rough. It is so hot in Japan. Wow, a lot of old people died when I was there, which was sad to hear that on the news. But God, stay cool. Another new subscriber, Sunday Replay from Japan. Cool. I like all these Japanese subscribers. Lovely country. Really love my deep dives into sitcoms. Do you have any plans to do any more of those? Yes, there's currently one in copyright limbo. I'd like to get it free of that, and I'm a little more optimistic about it right now, but I don't know when it'll be available. Hopefully before the end of the year. Best case scenario, sometime this month. But who knows? It's really hard to say with copyright holders being a bit capricious. But yeah, I'm gonna, even if this video ends up in purgatory for a while, I have already started work on the next one, and I know the distributor for that one, so it's gonna get on without much trouble, thankfully. I hope. You never know, right? Whew, okay. Question for Jose. If your house was on fire, what 3 items would you definitely leave behind or even superstitiously throw into the flames when no one was looking? Ooh, I thought that was going to go, like, what would I save? Because I already know what I would save because the fire alarm went off in my building a few weeks ago and I had to grab what I was going to save. Turns out number 1 thing would be my hard drive with all my stuff. There you go. But what would I leave in the fire? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I live in a place right now that's actually furnished. I didn't buy any of it myself, so a lot of stuff I would leave behind and not really care because it doesn't belong to me. So there's like some paintings and stuff I wouldn't grab, even though it is art and lovely, but it ain't mine art. So maybe something like that. I think there's one weird like photo of a whale I'd probably leave behind, even though I love whales. It's a weird photo. So maybe that. Okay. Oh my God. Let's go through these quickly. This is the thing about the Q&As. I always fall behind on them, and everyone's like waiting for their questions to be answered. Was there ever a moment watching all these 80 series where you had doubt that it was not worth like watching so much, even if it's good, must be monotone, not doing anything on the side? I don't even know what you mean by it wasn't worthwhile. Like maybe there are certain elements of it that aren't worth my time. There's definitely been episodes of TV shows I've watched where I just shrug my shoulders and go like, well, I got nothing to say about that. And then I move on. But I think it's important to be thorough. And there have definitely been times I've watched an episode and been surprised that I had something to say. So I focus on it being a good use of my time and try to ignore when it isn't. You know, it's focus on the positive stuff I can get out and not be so concerned with me like micromanaging every moment of time I spend in production. Worst case scenario, I watch some episodes of something and I can say at least I've watched the whole thing, which is a plus as well. Is the alt-right the same thing as the far-right? Not exactly. The alt-right was a specific movement in a moment of time. They were a far-right movement, but it was one that was, it was like a very internet-savvy, unusually young far-right movement. It's a label that doesn't have much currency this day. It's only worth what you can accurately use it on. So either people calling themselves alt-right or people being accurately described under that heading for some reason. Definitely not the same thing, but it's like a subcategory of the far right. That's probably a better way of understanding it. You got the far right, and within that is the alt-right. What is my opinion on the Ford and Kenney governments? I think you mean our lovely premier, Doug Ford. He sucks. Pretty straight up. Kenney, oh God. That is Premier of Alberta, Jason Kenney. I did just have to Google that. I know very little about Alberta, hence my hemming and hawing. What's my opinion on Updog? You're not getting me on that with that one, Infinite Anvil. Hottest take on American culture. I don't have any hot takes on American culture. Too broad a question. I'm moving on. What's my opinion on South Park? It used to be good. Actually, that's not true. It was always kind of problematic. It's something I grew out of. I feel like we all go through that sort of edgy teen phase. And I gave that show a much longer leash than it probably deserved and stuck with it for longer than I should have. I haven't watched it in a while, though. Maybe it's gotten better, but I doubt it. I did like those episodes after Trump's election because I watched a few of those where they're like desperately trying to distance themselves from Trump because they're a bit conservative in some ways, but they're definitely not like Trump guys. And it was very much a we're not with him kind of vibe. What's your industry? I'm not doxing myself. Any tips for lefty channels in very conservative country? I don't have any tips. Do what you love and be safe, I guess. Be aware of what you can and can't say without putting yourself at risk, and then you have to sort of know for yourself and your like family and loved ones how much risk you're willing to take on. I'm lucky enough to be in a place where I can say what I want, and the consequences are usually not too dire. It depends where you are, I guess, specifically, and I don't know if I can give you the guidance that might help. Someone about my day job. My day job sucks. I'm trying to get out of it. Yeah. I shouldn't talk about that. What is my favorite video game ever? I don't know. Super Mario Galaxy 2. There we go. I have not seen the Star Wars video, How Liberty Dies. I know it's a reference to episode 2, I guess, or was it episode 3, when the Republic was dissolved and it became an empire. Is my name a Toronto Blue Jays reference? Absolutely not. It's just a happy coincidence. What's a video game from my youth that I have a lot of nostalgic feelings for? Ooh, okay, interesting. There are a lot of games I have nostalgia for. I have very intense memories of Metal Gear Solid for some reason, even though I didn't actually own a PlayStation, or I did, and then I sold it, but I only rented Metal Gear Solid, so I played it in like a few days very quickly. That's a game that really stuck with me over some time, though. It's lovely. The Flowers of what? I don't know. The Flowers of Algernon? The Flowers of Time. There's a nice obscure King of the Hill reference for people. Do you have a Switch? We gotta jump. When I'm scrolling through these, they kind of jump forward sometimes. Okay. Yes, I do have a Switch. My favorite titles? Ooh, Breath of the Wild's obviously a masterpiece. It felt like playing a game from the future because it was so cool and open-ended. I think Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is pretty good. Super Mario Galaxy is really good. I'm trying to think of something that's less obvious. I just played No More Heroes 3 and loved it. It's super niche though. How do you feel as though the online left constitutes a real political movement? Not really. I think we can nudge and prod things in a certain direction, but I don't think we have. We're not cohesive enough and powerful enough to enact meaningful political change. I think we're just like nudging things as best we can. And it's good, and I think it's what we do matters and is helpful, but it's tough. I am writing a very heavily political sci-fi book. If possible, would it be possible for you to interview me when the book is coming out? I don't promote other people's work on this channel. I'm sorry, especially someone I don't know. Best of luck, though. Growing up, DC or Marvel? 100% Marvel. All the way. All the way. I don't know. DC just seemed kind of lame to me, I guess. Oh, I see what you mean about the idea that you need to explain a trans kid in media every time a trans character. I get that. That sucks. And I think in this circle, in this space, we know it. We get it, right? If we met Bailey in real life, we would know. Trans kid, cool. That's cool. I'm glad you have supportive parents who are getting you through your life. But I think for a lot of people, they kind of need that remedial lesson. They need the basics. There are a lot of people who don't get it. And I mean, the Babysitters Club is a show for kids. So in that sense, it's more understandable and excusable. So I give it a lot of license for that, but I totally get your concern. I think it's really good to bring up. It would be nice to have more trans characters where it doesn't just turn into a lesson on being trans and they can just be part of the world and exist. I would like to be in a media landscape where that is more common. All right, what multiplayers do you or have you played last? Could be MMOs. How many MMOs are even left? Here's a little thing that not many people know. I'm way into Guild Wars 2. I was actually at one point so heavily invested in the achievement hunting thing that I was in the top 100, I think, in North America for achievement scores in Guild Wars 2 within the first, this is like year 1 or 2, whenever they put in that leaderboard. I was super into it. Then I stopped playing for a while, but I got back into it recently. I know there's an expansion coming out, so it's a good game. I like how there's no monthly fee. That's what got me into it. The original too. Although I didn't play the original nearly as much as the sequel. Have you ever watched Brooklyn Nine-Nine? What are my thoughts on it? I have many thoughts on it. Something I should probably put in a video. I'm not planning a Brooklyn Nine-Nine video right now, but it is something I'm actually seriously considering. So I'm going to hold off on answering that because I have many thoughts. I think it's a fascinating series. Whew, I would love to play. I mean, okay. I'm sort of reading these out loud. Do an analysis of Joe Rogan. That could be interesting, although it's like a deep, deep file going through all that Joe Rogan content. I know a lot of people are disappointed in Joe Rogan. I never had high hopes for him to begin with because I never thought he was too clever. But question for Joe. My name is not Joe. Do you have a preference on gameplay mechanics driven games or those that put a narrative story first? I think my favorite games are the ones that integrate the two. I don't think there has to be a divorce between them. I always hate games that where you're like playing through it and then it just feels like cutscenes stapled into them. I always find that to be kind of lazy. There are good games like that, but I like those that integrate the two, and I don't have a preference for one over the other. I'm okay with one being emphasized more than the other. It really depends on the game, though, in that case. But yeah, integration is where it's at, in my opinion. I'm not playing Doki Doki Literature Club on stream. It takes too long to get to the good parts. I feel like we'd be sitting here for an hour just going through all the boring bits in the beginning with like the little hints, and everyone would be like, oh, we know what's coming. I'd like to play a game no one's heard of. Canada or Spain? I live in Canada, so that should let you know what's up. I also like barely speak any Spanish, so it'd be tough. Sexuality. Everyone always wants to know my sexuality. I am straight. It's not interesting. It's okay to ask, by the way. It's just, yeah. Would I name my kid Karl Marx or Karl Marx? I would probably name them Karl Marx before I would name them Karl Marx. Okay. Ooh, another Guild Wars 2 fan. Okay, I'm catching up. I'm catching up to these. Where is the right-wing comedy and criticism? Go back to the beginning of the stream, Crack a Brick. I've been going for almost 4 hours, so that's why we started at 2. You'll see me talking about Ben Shapiro and some other stuff. A lot of stuff. What's a piece of media that had a huge impact on your childhood that's been more or less ignored by pop culture at large? Good question. I don't know. I leave behind a lot of my childhood media, unfortunately. I don't hold on to it like some people do. Not that there's anything wrong. I just don't hold on to it. I would probably choose something weird, and like Shadow Raiders. I think that was called War Planets in Canada, but that was cool. But like different planets at war, and they were like a rock planet, a fire planet, ice planet. Like there was the Bone Planet, which was weird. Yeah, that was a cool one. I liked anything by Mainframe. They had those cool CG shows like Reboot and Beast Wars, or Beasties in Canada, because you couldn't put war in the title of a kids show. Any thoughts on Community and Arrested Development? I used to be big fans of both. Kind of dropped off on both. Just the way it goes, I think. Tips on effectively researching topics. Ooh, it depends on the topic. Try to find authoritative sources as best you can. And if something's widely cited, it's widely cited for a reason. Maybe it's full of crap or not. Always look for primary sources. If you see someone quoting something, don't just believe the quote. Try to read the original source for information. Like when you go to Wikipedia, don't just read Wikipedia, read what Wikipedia cites. That usually gives you a little more insight, a stronger grasp of things. And don't be afraid of asking weird questions. Go where your interests take you. So long as you're passionate, you can keep researching all sorts of things. Whew. Any formal college education? Yes, I have an undergrad degree from the University of Toronto. The home of Jordan Peterson, as many people know now. It's and yes, I by the way, I was in the psych department, and no, I did not have any classes with them. But there's a fun bit of trivia. Let's not make a QAnon left. Are you of Spanish origin? Yes, my father was born in Spain and immigrated to Canada. So I was born here, but I do feel a strong connection to my Spanish heritage because I have a lot of family there and who went and visited them a lot. Would I name my kids Carl and Mark, though? Probably not. I don't know who Skip Intro is. Maybe I should check them out, though, if people are, like, shutting themselves. My favorite right-wing comedian? Oh, God, none of the above? I mean, I'm going to cheat and, like, mention that some more news thing reminding us that there were funny right-wing comedians back in the day, like Jeff Foxworthy, I guess. He was okay. Why Steven Crowder is so popular? People want someone to hate the same people they do. It's just justification for their hatred, I think. And you mask it in humor. But it's that very cruel humor where you're laughing at people. And not because someone is being funny, but because you've decided a group of people are targets for derision. That's my guess on why Steven Crowder is so popular. A lot of people are into that, sadly. If you had 24 hours to be in a different body than your own, whose body would you choose? Oh, I don't want to do that. I don't want to take someone's bodily autonomy away. I mean, I might do a greater good thing and choose someone with a lot of power and do something to fix things. I don't know. Kim Jong-un, and then I tried to dismantle his entire regime. I don't know if you could do that in 24 hours. But yeah. What made me go back and look at media from the 70s, 90s, especially sitcoms? I'm assuming not all were shows you watched at the time, given your youthful voice. Oh, thanks. I do have a youthful voice. I watched some of these shows when I was younger, but you would be right that I was not alive for some of them. I went back because the Roseanne reboot had me curious. I never really watched Roseanne as a kid, so I decided to watch it, and I was like, wow, themes, strong leftist themes. I should make this a video. So I made a video, sat on it for a couple of months because I was like, no one's going to want to watch this. Then I released it on April 1st, which was just a coincidence. I kid you not, it was a coincidence. And people loved it, so I figured I should make more of these. And yeah, I like doing them, and people like watching them. So it's become a thing. And now I just choose the shows based on what people vote for, not just what I want to do, which I think is a more fun way of doing things. Yeah, so that's the origin of the sitcom videos. Feelings on Buffy and Angel, 0. I've watched neither of them. Ooh. I've never been into them. It's why I've always sort of never been one of those people who likes Joss Whedon. It's just like, I don't know. The things he's done have been okay. What region of your Spain is your family from? If you feel okay saying, Galicia. Those who don't know, that's in the northwest, that little bit above Portugal. That little nub, you know? It's a lovely region. Would you do another political deep dive into anime again? Fullmetal Alchemist is something I was specifically considering. I don't know if people are ready for a Fullmetal Alchemist and colonialism video or fascism, but maybe at some point. I feel like it's kind of an old show. I was also thinking of doing one on Dororo, though that's such a dumpster fire in the discussion around it, and no one wants to touch the trans issues, even though it's like the most interesting part of that show. Maybe some other stuff too. At some point I'm going to make a Nana video. I don't have the strength. It's too big and too important a project for me to just dive into it, I guess. Who's your least favorite right-wing personality? Ooh, that's a tough one. Probably, let's say John Doyle, because there's actually a super hidden Jose video from back in January that I did not put on my channel because it didn't come together the way I wanted, even though it's completely produced, 40-something minutes. It's about John Doyle, and now I hate him because I didn't do a particularly good job on the video. That's why it's not on my channel. But if you become a patron, you can watch it. It's a little bonus. But yeah. No hablo español bien. Sorry, I don't speak it very well. My favorite genre of music? I actually don't have a favorite genre. My taste in music is very esoteric. A little bit of everything. Greetings. I love the idea of someone tuning into the stream 4 hours in when I'm like clearly well, maybe it's not evident, but I'm fading quick here, people, but I want to answer some of these questions. I've never watched Red Dwarf. Sorry about that. Someone asked that. What's the dumbest question you've ever heard someone ask? Oh, when I was riding the bus one time, there was this young couple sitting behind me, and the guy, I don't know what he said, but his like girlfriend said to respond to him, it's like, "What do you mean? I can never understand you if I don't watch anime," which is maybe my favorite thing I've ever overheard. Dumbest, maybe, but also awesome, isn't it? Any favorite graphic novels of yours? There's a lot. I read a lot of comics. I want to throw out a title here, but I can't think of any off the top of my head because there's so many good ones. I don't know. Read Immortal Hulk or something. I don't know. That's not a single issue, that thing. Pride of Baghdad. That's something. I don't like Brian K. Vaughan anymore. Oh, God, this is hard. Junji Ito. Read it. I'm about to read Censor, and I feel like it's going to be good. Anything by Junji Ito is good. Okay. I don't listen to much shoegaze. I probably have heard shoegaze music I like, but I have no bias for it one way or the other. What have you... I majored... Well, I mentioned psychology, so that was one of my majors. U of T is interesting in that you get a double major, so my other major was English. Yeah. Nice union of art and science there. What would you do if you right-clicked someone's username and one of the options was kill? I wouldn't kill them. I don't want that kind of power. Sorry. Any teen show you like, maybe as guilty pleasure? Ooh. I do have guilty pleasure shows that I like, but I can't think of any that I'm watching at the moment. Like, 'cause I don't feel guilty for a lot of the shows I like, to be honest. Even if there's something people don't understand, it's like, whatever. I'll like what I like. I've never watched... What do I think about the Kirby series? I have not watched it. Any games you've taken a personal political message from which you feel is rare among others? I mean, rare among other games or rare... I'm trying to, like... I feel like this could be answered a few different ways. Ask that again. Do you mean like a political message from a game a lot of people don't get a political message from? Or do you mean a game, or is there a type of political message I get from games that I don't often see other people see? Okay, maybe I'm getting tired, but that question is just rattling. Different versions of that question are in my head, so I want to know what you really want to know. Do I speak Galician? Well, I would call it Gallegan, but no, I don't, sadly. It makes it tough to talk to some of my relatives. I'm going to tell you something. My aunt is pretty old, and she speaks to me in Gallegan, and I got no idea what she's saying. It's a struggle. What's a piece of Canadian media that is comparably wild to American media? I don't know what wild means here. Wild as in unknown? I don't know, maybe Made in Canada? That's a show. I'm glad people are enjoying that. I like how I'm like several minutes behind the chat here and people are enjoying that anime comment. Okay. All right. Do I believe different forms of modernity could exist? That's too deep a question 4 hours into a street. I'm sorry, F. Am I a Grant Morrison fan? And Neil Gaiman or Alan Moore? I like some Grant Morrison stuff, like Superman. All-Star Superman was really good. And Animal Man was fantastic. And as for Neil Gaiman, I don't know. I never really got into Neil Gaiman the way other people did. I think he's talented, but aside from his script for Princess Mononoke, there's nothing of his that I've read that I've really loved. I mean, Alan Moore, come on. Watchmen alone makes him immortal, right? Even though I think Watchmen has been over-discussed, done to death. But he's very talented as well. Okay. Would you consider doing a video around different strokes, One Day at a Time, Family Matters, Sister, My Wife and Kids, and or the Cheetah Girls? Oh, that's a simple question. I have no plans for any of those shows at the moment. One of them might make it to a poll at some point in the future, though. Stay tuned for that. What games are you looking forward to the most? I've never played, I'm going to say it wrong, Danganronpa. And I know it's being released on the Switch soon, so I'm going to be getting that. And it's going to be fun to go through those games, I think. And Shin Megami Tensei 5, I really want to play. I almost bought it yesterday, but I was like, no, I'm not going to buy it. Just didn't. Opinions on football. That's soccer for people living in North America. Canada and the US anyway. I'm not super into it, but I always cheer for the Spanish national team in the World Cup and Euro. Because, yeah, they're good sometimes. They had a dynasty for a little while, but it's been a while. Would you do a video analyzing the political themes of games like Persona 5? I don't want to play Persona 5 again. Too long, but I would love to do a video on video games. Persona 4 maybe, just going back to it. I've heard it's problematic, and that might be interesting. I haven't read American Gods. Maybe that would change my mind on Neil Gaiman. You're right. Although I did read Good Omens and was underwhelmed. Not that it was bad, I just don't think it's for me. Which Japanese food do I miss the most? You can actually get most Japanese food in Toronto, but it's not going to be authentic, right? And sushi here is very different. I miss Japanese sushi, but then again, I gave up meat when I came back from Japan. But Japanese food I miss the most? Oh, easiest question in the world because it's so hard to get here. Mochi. I love mochi. And you just go to the grocery store and get a bag of it for like 300 yen. Ugh. I want some mochi so bad. Over here, you have to go all the way up to like the edge of the city to find like the one Japanese mochi maker who like makes a special mochi, and it's like $3 a piece. And it's like, oh my God, so expensive. But you know, mochi is so good. So good. Love it. I am polite and respectful to people. I try to be. That's the vibe I want. Who the hell is Steve Jobs? Try Google, my friend. Would I consider a video on That's So Raven, Lizzie McGuire, and or As Told by Ginger? Probably not. Those are kids shows I am not at all familiar with. So it's unlikely. The sitcoms are a better bet, I think. Who's your least favorite left-winger online personality? Do not pull me into your drama, attempt to get me embroiled in drama, sir. I will not fall for this. Would I consider my own line of vitamins and supplements? If you thought we would be dumb enough to buy them, I'd buy them. I wouldn't do that to you people. I am not that sort of guy. I wouldn't do that to you. I care about you all too much to run a vitamin racket. Am I vegan? No, I am a vegetarian, not a vegan. Maybe one day a vegan. View on the American Democratic Party. They suck, huh? They're pretty bad. They can never get the left anything, can they? It's better than the alternative, and I would suggest you vote for them when given the option as a form of harm reduction. But wow. Wow, they suck. I've never read Terry Pratchett on his own, so I'm sorry, Susie. Maybe I'd like him if it was just him and not him collaborating with Neil Gaiman. Have I seen One Piece? Yes. I've watched... Well, I don't watch it. I read the manga because I don't have time to watch the anime. There's nearly 1,000 episodes. I'm up to the part right before the Wano arc, so I've got a lot of stuff to read, don't I? I'm looking forward to it, though. I tried to read it by the arc. That's why I deliberately stopped. I'm waiting for the Wano stuff to be over, and then I'm going to read it. I've heard it's really good. I am excited. Have I ever considered doing a vid on Last Man Standing? A lot of people recommended that after Home Improvement, and I don't want to. I've had enough of Tim Allen. Thank you very much. I have no thoughts on the Bull Moose Party. Sorry, Wayne Tables. Will you leave a give enough? Go enjoy your weekend. You want me to go? Oh, okay. You want me to go? You're right. I wanted to go at 6, but I'm just trying to go through all these questions. I'm gonna. Whew. I'm going to keep going for a little bit longer. Let's put a hard out at 6:30 p.m. Eastern time, which is in about 22 minutes. Maybe earlier if things dry up. But yeah, I'm having a good time here. I'm giving, but I'm getting back. I'm getting the fun here of engaging with my audience. Okay. Did you grow up Catholic religious being Spanish descent? You got it. I was raised Catholic as a kid, but thankfully I got better. Have I ever seen Due South? No, Had a good conversation comparative propaganda the other day where we chatted about Due South. Yeah, that'd be interesting. It's about a Mountie, right? My favorite online leftist personality. You're listening to him right now, buddy. No, that's really vain. Who is my favorite? The person I'm probably closest to as a friend is probably Mexi, because we became friends when I started working on YouTube, and she's always been super cool and awesome and nice. So let's say her, I guess, because she's a pal. That's what makes it tough, right? Because there are people I'm genuinely friends with, and then there are people whose content I just really enjoy, and I try to disassociate the two things. Like, because like for instance, you mentioned Thought Slime got mentioned earlier, or We're in Hell. Like I am friends with these people. We all live in the same city and we hang out, and it's fun and nice when we get a chance to do that. Not every day. I wouldn't say we're like besties or anything, but it's always a good time when I get to see them, and they're my friends. And I don't want to. It's a weird thing to compare to other people, I guess, right? Because I like, for instance, I enjoy the content of. Let's say H-Bomber guy. Great content. Never really talked to the guy. Seems like a cool dude. So I would never describe him as a friend. We follow each other on Twitter. That's the extent of our connection. But suddenly, like, I would feel weird saying that when I, like, have people I'm... Like, as people, I enjoy more because they are part of my life as opposed to someone whose content I appreciate. And there's really just a weird parasocial thing going on. And not even weird, it's a very loose thing. Once you're a creator, you sort of, on the other end of the parasocial side of things, you understand and get it a lot. It's very different. It's suddenly like the other side of the equation becomes real to you. Ooh, so Paul's elaborated on that political message. If I felt the game was making a sort of subtle, not obvious artistic message, which you caught, but maybe other people did not. Okay, that makes sense. Yes, here's an example. Persona 3, I think, is delivering a political message. I don't know if this is political, but I think it's about the difficult. I think all Persona games are about this, actually. The challenges of growing up, the idea of wearing many different faces and putting on many different personas depending on the situations. You notice when you're a character interacting with people in your social links, you'll sometimes seem like a different guy depending on who you're talking to, and that's the idea. It's tailoring yourself and your personality to the circumstances you're in, and there are very real challenges that go with that. I noticed that very much in Persona 3, and it's something that's always been a part of the Persona games. It's why the protagonist is a very, very thin personality, to sort of let that come across. That's the thing I don't think people get a lot, because that's a thing in Japanese culture, actually. Being able to speak differently to different people is about that. At least that's my understanding. An actual Japanese person can correct me if I'm wrong. But I don't know, that's not really political, but that's sort of a reading I've had that I've not seen very often. As for political ones, I am currently playing Shadow of the Tomb Raider. I don't know if anyone else has read this, but I think it's a game trying to understand Lara Croft and justify her as a good character when she very clearly isn't. For instance, when you see the indigenous people in that, it's an inversion from typical Tomb Raider games where it's just going through empty ruins as if these people are long dead. It's like the game is saying, actually, no, these people are still around, and we shouldn't treat them as some dead civilization when they still exist and are real. It's like an erasure of indigenous people in art, which is a long-standing problem in Western art that tries to talk about, colonized parts of the world. And there's a reading. Does anyone say that about Tomb Raider? I don't know. I don't know what the commentary on that is. Any top 10 lists you have in mind? Ooh, I don't know what that means. Top 10 lists for what? I feel like that's referencing a question from a little while ago that's completely slipped my mind. Pineapple on pizza, sure. I don't order pineapple on pizza, but I'm okay with it. Would I do a video about conservatives in Canada? I probably should at some point. I don't know if how many people would want that, but being a Canadian, I've got some knowledge. Would you ever do a video on the writings, besides the sex crimes, of Ravi Zacharias? I'm not familiar with them, so I have no idea if I would or not. I'd have to read them first. Who's my Smash main? It used to be Marth. I'm more Lucina now. She just feels a little more comfy, I guess. And as my favorite Kirby game, I'm not big on the Kirby games, so maybe the first one. The one where he didn't absorb anyone's powers on the Game Boy. Have I seen John Hinckley's YouTube channel? He shot Reagan and now he's a singer-songwriter on YouTube. That sounds wild. I should check that out. What's a piece of trivia lately I've heard that's interesting? Good question. That Blue Jays are ovids? Is that what I want? What's the word I want? Crow. They're from the crow family. I forget what that is actually called. But yeah, they're related to crows, which is, I think, very cool. Okay. P3 Protag is a pretty terrible person, full stop. Am I a Trekkie? I guess. I do watch a lot of Star Trek, but I haven't watched all the Star Trek. Like, I've watched almost no Enterprise. But I've watched all the other stuff. Well, not much of the original series, even for that much. Have I ever played Spec Ops The Line? I feel like everyone's talked about Spec Ops The Line at this point. I don't know if I'd have anything new to say about that. But yeah, it's wears its political message on its sleeve. I think if you play it, you'll get it. Picard is the best captain. Full agree. 100%. Have I stayed up to date on oil pipeline protests in North America? No, I have not. I fully support the protests and the rights of Indigenous people to decide what happens on their land. And yeah, the pipelines are pretty gross. Top 10 lists in terms of your favorite sitcoms? I could never do that. That'd be so hard to do. The show I'm currently watching, which is very early in the works, has a shot at cracking my top 10 if I were to ever make one, just because it's so funny. I'm so surprised at how funny this show is. Don't I have Polyphia? I don't know of Polyphia, so I have no opinion on that. My top 10 numbers. Okay. Number 10 is 420. Number 9 is 69. Number 8 is 1984. Number 7 would be number 9. Number 6 is number 6, obviously. Number 5 is 2. Then number 4, I'm really trying to think this one through now. Probably 6, just 66. And then number 3 would be 666. 2 would be 4,123,000. And then number 1 is 13, obviously. There we go. Top 10 numbers. Am I a big Rob Ford fan? No, I am not a Rob Ford fan. That was our crack smoking mayor of Toronto, now deceased. Not a good guy. What's my favorite narrative from a game? Ooh, tough question. A lot of good narratives in games. A recent one no, not even a recent one I could think of, actually. Do I have to? I don't have to answer that, do I? This is my stream. I really don't know. Huh. I have to think on that. Okay. That's a cool description of due south, Cecile or Cecile. I can't say that, I'm sorry. It sounds cool. I should maybe check that out. Okay. Corvids, there you go. Thank you for that correction. Thoughts on Animal Crossing? I don't play Animal Crossing. Question A, are you aware of George Rockall Schmidt's content? If so, thoughts? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with that. Would you ever consider doing retrospective on procedural cop shows like Law & Order SVU? I'm not against doing that, but I probably wouldn't do it on SVU. I'd like to do something that isn't a sitcom at some point in the future. But I don't know, there's so many sitcoms I want to cover. It's tough. Okay. If you had a chance to make an EV of a work, what would it be? Ooh, I'd probably want to do something that's like original, to be honest. But since you said adaptation, Elite Beat Agents, that needs to be a movie. I would just love that as a musical. I think it'd be a banger. That only I would enjoy it, but that's cool. I'm just making it for me. What is happening right now? I'm just answering some questions before I take off in like 10 minutes. People got questions and I like answering them. Any thoughts on The Simpsons? Where did that question go? Would I ever do a vid? I feel like everyone's talked about The Simpsons. I don't like talking about things that have tons of videos on them because I want to sort of chart my own path, so to speak. Yeah, I didn't include 42. Sorry, Douglas Adams fans. And yes, 13 is number 1. Come on. Okay. Do I play Titanfall 2? I have not. I guess the campaign would be a good movie. I don't know. I never played it. I have played Majora's Mask. It was my favorite Zelda until I played Breath of the Wild. It's a great one. I think it's getting its due, though. At the time, people just would not stop talking about Ocarina of Time, but Majora's Mask finally getting its due. Have I ever felt as if a show or game story has ever at some point become too political? Well, in that case, I would blame the storytelling rather than the politics. I think we could point to the show we just watched, The Pot Wins, as being too political, but it's less that it's political and it's just really poorly written, acted, directed, etc. That's the problem. So I think sometimes political being emphasized is that in itself is a problem. Do I think modern mainstream sitcoms like The Big Bang Theory, How I Met Your Mother have any politics? Yes, they do. Everything is political. I mean that unironically. Even if you ignore politics, that's essentially standing up for the status quo or the politics of the day. Which is, I'm not familiar enough with either of those shows to really explain them, but I do think they do. They probably have some sort of political implications, depending on how you read them and how they present the world as normal, as if there should be this normalcy they present. You're either critiquing the world you live in or presenting it as something normal, basically. That's what I when I say everything is political, that's kind of how it is. Are you familiar with the films of Dinesh D'Souza? I am. I might get around to that at something. One point. Thank you so much, Farpoint Station. Ever clogged the toilet solely with waste, not toilet paper? No, I have not. Thank you for that wonderful question and the super chat. I'm glad we're using this the way whichever gods created YouTube intended. Have I ever had a paranormal experience? Not since I was a child, and I'm sure I was just dreaming. I thought I saw a ghost once, twice actually, 2 different ghosts in my bed, conveniently where I was sleeping, but it felt real. It's probably a dream though. Okay. What do you think is a big misconception people have about being radicalized? From my experience, liberal types are the stepping stone. I think people don't realize that. I guess people radicalization is a slow process. Maybe that's what people don't realize. And usually there's it's an ongoing thing, I guess. It's not a switch that's flipped, but rather just sort of a weird sort of skin that crawls all over you and suddenly makes you a new person. And I think that's something that's probably missed, maybe. I don't know. I'm tired. Okay, favorite sports team. I have no favorite sports team. Sorry. I'm not gonna say my favorite ethnic slur. Wow. Someone's really trying to get me in trouble. Have I seen Modern Family? No. It actually came up on Netflix the other day, and because I accidentally clicked on it. I was trying to watch something else, and I immediately stopped. I think I got 3 seconds into it. I was like, no, not Modern Family. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's not. I don't know. Fan of some more news. Sure. I'm actually going to reference them in my Tucker Carlson video for a brief second. Do I listen to podcasts? Yes, several recommendations. I don't know. I feel like I'd recommend things everyone's heard of. Like Behind the Bastards is great. Yeah, I don't know. I bounce around to a lot of different podcasts, so I don't have any strong recommendations right now. Sorry. Okay, thank you so much, Ice Machine 79. I'm glad you had a great time. Thanks, Jose. Had a great time here. Just thought I should read that out. Okay, that's cool to meet someone from the Writer Likes My channel. Thoughts on would I ever do an interview with Lily Orchard? I don't know who that is, but maybe. Would I do an analysis of Mike Lindell's Absolute Proof? Maybe. But I feel like I would run out of material to talk about because I've heard it's very thin on evidence. And that's a tough thing about finding videos to respond to. Sometimes they're so light on content that you just don't have anything to say. You're like, it's just wrong. And it was wrong in its opening minutes, and it's wrong now. And it's just repeating the same wrong thing for an hour. And then what do you say, right? Not a lot. Okay. I have no favorite kind of brick. I'm sorry, TorX7. But I think we're just about wrapping up. I feel like everyone's come to terms with how the stream is ending now. And we're chilling. My throat is a bit sore. This is my longest stream ever at 4.5 hours. Wow. If you can hear it, the raspiness. Actually, the cool thing about like exhausting my voice is it gets really raspy. I think it's like at its peak sexiness when it's like really, really raspy and it's like, hey, this is Jose. Dark. Oh, if I had a date tonight, this would be perfect, wouldn't it? I don't have a date tonight, but wouldn't that be great? I'd be like, coming, it's like, hey, I'm here for the date. What's up? By the way, I have a YouTube channel. Actually, that doesn't work, by the way. Don't say you have a YouTube channel on a date. And clearly, I'm getting a bit silly. That's how tired I am. Thank you, everyone, so much for showing up for this nice long stream. I have no idea when the next one will be. I'll probably reach out to someone and have a guest on so I don't fry my vocal cords by talking for so long. We'll see who will subject themselves to some conservative comedy with me. If anyone's listening to this and is like thinks they would be a good YouTube content creator, send me a message because I'm probably gonna forget. If you're a random person, probably not. But I would like someone who's got some content that's related to it, who will have something clever and smart to say. Oh, sorry, I'm just trying to learn a new Japanese phrase here. Otsukare. Oh, that's good. It's I think still morning. I hope you all have a good evening. Konbanwa if you're in Japan, and I hope to see you all again. Keep an eye out for the Tucker Carlson video coming in a couple of days. Thank you, everyone, so much for joining me.